What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout. Who have we got here today? I see the Nightbot and Twitch Gaming. I also now see Big Merc is in here. Good afternoon to you, Big Merc. How's things going? Hello also to Twitch Gaming as well. Hello to F Jump. I didn't see your message there, F Jump, but so sorry about that, man. Hello to you. Yeah, yeah, I've just seen you now. Hello, man. You were kind of hidden slightly in between all the messages from the Nightbot, but I can see you now, man. How's it going? How was everyone's weekend? Thank you, by the way, Big Merc. Thank you for the congrats on the good weekend on Sorare. I'm gonna run through that in case anyone hasn't seen it. I did post a tweet out earlier today, but yeah, pretty decent weekend for us. So I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I was hoping that we could win more. I don't want to be too greedy, but as the game week was shaping up, the team that won the rewards, the rare card, I was thinking, you know what, we could potentially get a tier 2, tier 1, maybe even win the whole thing. So started to get kind of greedy. And then, of course, it didn't quite go to plan, but we still ended up getting something. So very happy, man. Hello also to Boyd Yan. Hello to you, man, tuning in from YouTube. Massively appreciated. Thank you so much. And hello to Arthur as well. How was your weekend, Arthur? Tell me it was nice. Your favorite word. Twitch Gaming, beautiful weather here in Germany, 25 degrees and sunny. Sitting in the garden with my Mac, watching the stream and writing content articles. What a perfect day. In all sense. Perfect day. It wasn't nice for you, Arthur? Oh, no. Do tell. This is a stream where we love to hear the good and the bad and also the ugly. So do tell. If you're tuning in for the first time ever, if you've never been on the stream before, then I am Free Tip Scout and I do content on Sorare, but also another game called Pooky, which we'll cover a little bit later. Both games are free-to-play Web3 sports collectible games. A bit of a mouthful, that one, but they're very cool. And if you enjoy football, if you love following it, and if you want to have more excitement, I think, every week following the football, then these two games actually are the perfect way for you to bring out more of that passion for those games. And the good thing for you is that I have a couple of special links which I can share. So if you're not already playing the games and you want to get started, then using the links will be the best way to get involved today because you get loads of freebies, right? So the first link there is for Sorare, and you can get up to £20 credit. That's money that you can spend in the game. If you use that link, you sign up with it, and you end up spending, I think you need to buy like 5 cards from the auctions market. Once you buy 5 of any value, you will then be credited up to £20, which you can then spend in the game. It's a really, really good incentive to get started in the game. And then the second game that we cover a little bit later is this one here called Pooky, which is a sports prediction game. Sorare is a sports, what's it called? Fantasy sports game where you line up teams, you enter teams, and you collect player cards. Pooky's a bit different. You're not collecting player cards. You're not building lineups on it. What you are doing is you are trying to figure out or guess, as we do a lot, either figure out smartly or guess what you think the scores are going to be in football games happening around the world. And you use a thing called a Pooky Ball, which is this here. They're actually all sold out at the moment, but you'll be able to get some more in, well, 1 day and 5 hours time. And you use these Pooky Balls, which are the digital collectibles, to predict your football games. Really, really cool game. There's a huge update which is coming for this game in August, although the details have already been released last week. And just enjoy this game a lot. We made some decent money on it this weekend, which I'll be showing you guys a little bit later as well. And if you want to get involved in that game, the link to do so is in the chat. Please do use those links there because it helps to support the channel. And it also means that you guys get something out of them as well. The Pooky link, if you sign up today, using that link, you'll get a discount, a 5% discount off your first purchase in the game. You'll also get a free rookie Pokeball, so you can start playing free to play. And you will get some of the in-game currency, which is called POC tokens. This is this little thing up here, the purple balance of 609. You need a lot of that. So getting some for free, like today with that link, is important. But also, you're going to need a lot more POC for the new update. So make sure that you claim it if you are going to get involved in these games, which you really should. Who else we've got here in the chat? Paolo. Hello to you, sir. Good to see you again. Thank you for jumping in. Jack the Claret. So annoyed. Enzo Diaz DMP last night for River Plate screwed my team. So it looks like that DMP's cost him, unfortunately. Any other success elsewhere, Jack, in other teams, or did it all come down to that one team? Big Merc, £2.86 won in Challenger in season and 1.28 points away from a reward in Champions Classic. That's not bad. I mean, obviously we'd want you to win more, right? But £2.86 is better than nothing and very close to win a reward. At least you get a box though, no? You do get a box, right? 1.28 points away from a reward in Champions Classic should mean that you get some kind of a box. So you never know, Big Merc, you could get a really cool reward in the box. Good afternoon also to Pangelino. And my game week was good. I might as well show you guys, actually, how the game week has gone for me. How was your game week, Pangelino? Josh Wilson, hello to you, tuning in from on YouTube. Currently on for 2 Tier 5 rares plus $135. Wow. Although would have won All-Star if I'd have put my lineup in there instead of Div 1 in season. So you basically, where did you finish then to get the $135 in the in-season Div 1? What is that, like a third? Is that third place or something, or is that top? Yeah, how many boxes do you get, Big Merc? Do you get 1, 2, 3? I don't know how many. Maybe you get, if you just missed out on a reward, maybe you get 1, don't you? You just get 1 if you miss out on an actual card reward. Pangelino got rare and limited lowest threshold and tier 3 under 23. Ooh, lovely. Very good level of under 23 there. It's not always 3 if you miss out on a reward, by the way. It's not always 3. The reason why it's not always 3, let me just show you, right, is because I missed out on a reward myself, but I'm only getting 1 box, which is why it's worth always asking. Where is it? Here you go. So we missed out on the rewards, right? But we're going to get 1 box. You can see here, look. So if you miss out on a card reward, it doesn't automatically mean you get 3. Usually you get, if you miss out on a card reward here, you get 3, 2, or 1, which is why we ask, yeah. 5th in Division 1 for 50 plus 80 from Rare 240. God, Josh, you smashed it, man. You really smashed it. Top effort. Yeah, and you got one from the Challenger Classic as well. Good stuff, man. To be fair, I still have Paul Jolly to play in my All-Star, currently on 238 points or 100. Paul Jolly, tonight, he's playing tonight, isn't he? Paul Jolly could easily give you a score of 100. You know that. And then, excuse me, and then your weekend could be amazing. It could be absolutely amazing. Just whilst we're on this, actually, I want to talk about this here. This team that I entered into Contender Division 5 Classic season, right? We entered it knowing that we had a DMP goalkeeper. So we knew that Siebenhandel was not going to play. I just simply didn't have enough goalkeepers to go around that were starting, right? that's one of the reasons why I will always kind of tend to play a team or put a lineup out in Division 5, because now this DMP team has given us a Division 4 to play in Contender if we want to. So maybe we get a new goalkeeper, which then makes our Contender team a lot stronger, so we can then push up from Div 4 to Div 3. But what I also love about this is that I've mentioned before how I love the fact that the reward boxes are in Pro, right? I think it's great. It's another way to reward your users, and it can kind of soften the blow from maybe not winning a card. If you get promoted and you also get some kind of box, right? A reward, you never know what you're going to get in there, right? You could get a card. But one of the things that I've really stressed on the channel is that, and I think a couple of people have asked me, why don't I go harder sometimes? And, you know, like why do I not try and go for some of the boxes? Is that the boxes for me are a bonus, right? I don't think that the boxes are anything to be aiming for. And I've mentioned before that realistically, when I win a reward box, I ideally want it to be like this here. So ideally, I want it to be where I've played a DMP team, right? A complete throwaway team that I did not think was going to do anything at all. And I've come away with a reward box, and that box could actually have a card in it. Now, most likely it's not going to, right? It's going to have a level up. But the point here is that if you can win boxes from teams that have a DMP player in them, that feels like a great win. Because if other people are winning boxes and they've put out proper good teams and you're winning a box with a DMP team, that's the smart way to do it. So I'm actually pretty happy with this. It would have been great, of course, if we had a goalkeeper, because the scoring that we got from everyone here was pretty healthy. We captained the wrong player, unfortunately, of Matteo Maric. The funny thing is, I had the captaincy on POV, and then I changed it to Maric at the last moment, and I don't really know why. I think it was largely because he had a home game. But yeah, I'm very, very happy to win a box with a DMP team, because that is kind of how I want to be winning the boxes, right? If I'm not winning a reward, then that's how I want to win, like a card reward, then that's kind of how I want to win a box, like with a throwaway team. I don't want to win a box if I have a super strong team or a team that's super strong on paper that then ends up just getting a box. That's not the way I want to do it. So very happy with that. Paul is live. Hello to you. He says, I'm trying the new Sorare and found Fuma Shirazaka in a box. Do you think it makes sense to keep him? I think it makes sense to know whether that player is significant for you or not, right? Because maybe this is like you don't have a big gallery, so maybe you need that player to help give you more options in a game week. Or if you have like a gallery with like thousands of cards, then maybe you don't need him as much, right? So I think you have to weigh up how much of a value he's going to give you, like for entering lineups in SO5, and then if not, then how much of a value do you put on the player? So how much stock do you put in that player, right? Is he a player that realistically you think he's going to be very good in the future? He's going to give you good value in SO5. And then if you think that, it might be worth holding on to him, right? But if you need the money more as well, then maybe think about selling him. So those questions, like, are never really like the sort of questions which I think people can answer for you. But if I was in your position, I'd think, what can he do for me now? And if he can't do anything for me now, is he the type of player that I want to sit on for the future? If he is, then great, sit on him. If not, then just look to sell him. That's probably the best answer I can give you, man. Hello to Pirak as well. Will you be scouting for under 40 players? Because I can't find good ones. We will do some scouting today on that, yeah, definitely. As part of the Continental Nights scouting that we're going to do. How has everyone else's game week been? What else has everybody won from the weekend? I'm going to run through. You can see on the screen, actually, how we're doing for the game week, which I'm really happy with. We've been in a really good run of form at the moment. Let me just bring it up for you. I mean, we're genuinely quite consistent anyway, because we put a lot of time in to scout and to lineup build, right? But we've definitely hit a new gear over the last few weeks. Look, so game week 464, the last game week we won 2 rewards. The game week before that we won 1 reward, which was Anthony Uja Rare. And then game week 461 we won 2. Then game week 458 we won another rare. 455 we won another rare. So the last kind of month, 2 months has been pretty good for us at the moment. We've been in a good stride, and we're going to be continuing that this weekend with is it £5 now? Oh yeah, sorry. Hold on a minute, what happened there? Did I mess that up? I thought I was getting £8 here. Why has it gone down to 5? I was really under the impression, I think I even tweeted it, that we were getting £8. Yeah, look. 28th, £8.54. Is that not what we're getting now? Maybe we need to check that. I mean, you can see here, it says £5.73. So there's obviously a big difference there. Let's have a quick look. That's going to suck. That's going to suck if it's... what's happened there? It says $9. So $9 is £8. That's just a bit of a bug, isn't it, on soraredata? Yeah. I mean, give or take. So I don't know why soraredata is saying that. That seems a bit wrong. But yeah, it should be, fingers crossed, around £8 or so. In dollar terms, it is $9, as the game is saying here. So anyways, I just wanted to check that because I was like, oh, hold on. I don't remember it being $5.73. I remember the screen being £8 something. So anyways, this is how we've done. We took the risk of playing our Luton Town team in Division 3 this weekend because they had a home game against Bournemouth. Now, in the previous 2 game weeks, we haven't been playing in Division 3 because we just haven't really fancied the fixtures. And so we've been waiting and biding our time so that we could wait for a good fixture, ideally have it at home as well for Luton, and then put our team in Division 3, which then gives them the best chance possible to get promoted from Division 3 into Division 2, which is what's happened here. So they're going to be promoted, you can see here, into Division 2 for the next game week. Woohoo, amazing. But not only that, but because there were, I think it was like 100 prizes that could be won here, they had to finish in the top 100. We finished, you can see here, we finished 27th at the moment. So we're going to get $9 from our Luton Town team. And I've got to be honest with you, I'm really happy with this because this Luton Town team that we've got, it's already been paid for, right? We've paid for the whole team and the whole collection from the previous Premier League and season competitions. So this is just kind of like pure profit now from the Luton Town team. And what I'm really happy with is the fact that you can see it here a bit more clearer. We didn't even really do that good. Like, Issa Kabor got an okay score. Clark done amazing. Morris done good. We captained someone who got 44.6, so not ideal at all. And our goalkeeper did not keep a clean sheet and didn't even do that well in his AA. So we ended up getting 28th or 27th with just shy of 400 points. And we kind of got 2 players that really let us down. So incredible that we're going to not only get promoted, but we're also getting a nice little return of money there as well of around £8. Delighted with that. I can just about put a team out for All-Star. Hopefully Fabianski starts. How are you looking for the midweek? I have a good team. I've got a couple of options as well. Yeah, I'll be running through that shortly. Are you not tempted now to go for 340 threshold? No. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to explain why. Yeah, I mean, the thought did kind of cross my mind when I saw it materializing this weekend. So this is how we won the threshold and also our tier 3 rare from the weekend in Capsule 40. Now, it's a tier 3 rare at the moment. There's no guarantee that we keep the tier 3 rare, by the way. Just want to tell everybody that now. We have a cushion of 4.55 points, but there is 3% of the leaderboard still to go, and there's quite a lot of cards left to play. So it's going to be close whether we keep hold on of that tier 3 or not. It's going to be very, very close. If not, then we're going to end up winning a high-end tier 4. But, I mean, hopefully we get tier 3. But as I say, a high-end tier 4 is kind of pretty much a tier 3 anyway, right? There's not a big difference between high-end tier 4 and low-end tier 3. So, yeah, we hit 384.25 points. Now, the question in the chat from Josh was, am I not tempted to go for 340? No, I'm not. Now, when you see a game week like this where your team massively smashes past the 270, it does kind of say, why am I punting lower and not aiming higher? But the reality is, right, I was not expecting this team at all to hit 340, let alone 384. Hervey Kofi kept a clean sheet. I never really expect Kofi to keep a clean sheet. He's playing for a team that don't tend to do it, and he had a good fixture here. So if you take away the penalty save, because he did make a penalty save as well, then he would have got around 70 odd points or so, which would be great, right? Very, very good. If he had not saved that penalty, then he would have conceded, which is kind of what I was expecting him to do. So I was realistically expecting around 40, 45, something like that from Kofi, right? The fact he got 85 just blew my mind because I didn't expect it at all. Leonardo Morales, when he plays away from home, we should only really expect around 50 for him. Now, if we should only expect 50 from him, why have I captained him? I didn't really like the other options. Kadri was okay. I thought Kadri could do not bad, but I actually thought that Morales had the potential here to maybe get a score of like 70, 80, maybe even more than that, right? Because when he plays away from home, it's not like he can't score huge. He can. He just doesn't tend to do it as often. And he was just coming off the back of a perfect score of 100. So I was thinking, can he follow that up with another big score? And to be fair, he probably would have hit a decent score if it wasn't for that negative decisive. So I captained him thinking that he would give us something like 60, 70. He didn't, which is a shame, but it didn't hurt our team in the end. Stefan Gartenman has the potential to hit huge like this here, right? No decisive and a score of 94.6, which is insanely good. The big problem right here is that Stefan Gartenman has not done really that. Since he's been at Aberdeen, he's had another big score, right? And I consider this to be the really big score. The scores of 60 are not. That's just average, right? That's standard in Sorare. The scores of 70 and 80 are the scores that we need to talk about. He has not really done it away from home. The only time that he hit a score like that was at home. But if you look at his away record, right? Help if we put that on as well, right? Let's not take that off. If you look at his away record, keep in mind that he just done this weekend. Other than that, he doesn't really do that good away from home. So that was another reason why I wasn't confident that this team could hit more than 270. I thought Gartenman might hit 60, maybe, but I was kind of expecting him to hit around 45, 50. Kadri, we talked about, and we nearly captained Kadri. Um, I was umming and ahhing whether we captained Kadri or Morales, and I opted for Morales, but I know there was a couple of calls to say we should captain Kadri. He has a good fixture, even though it's away. And he done okay. He done okay. The only thing that was missing really was the decisive, right? If he got a decisive, he's then looking at a score of 85-90. I just wasn't sure that he would get a a decisive there. I wasn't confident enough. And I'm kind of, even though it didn't really pay off, because if we'd have captained Kadri, we would have got more points. I'm still happy with the decision not to captain him, because I only really want to captain Kadri if I'm confident he can get a decisive. Because if he doesn't, it's going to be unlikely that he's going to score like that. This is actually kind of an unusual score for Kadri without decisive. And then Frank Bolly, I thought that he could get some kind of a decisive. Bolly doesn't actually score more than 60 though. So if you think about it, I kind of expected Bolly to give us around 60. I expected Kadri to give us around 50, so that's 110. I thought Garterman could give us around 50 as well, so it's like 160. Thought Morales could give us around 50, so we're talking about 210 there. And then I thought Kofi would give us around 40, 45, so it's about 250, a base value alone. And then if you factor in the captaincy bonus and the XP on top of that, that then gives you a score of just over 270. So yeah, I didn't expect them to do this at all. And I don't really expect my players to hit more than 270. So in rare, unless we've got some insane fixture like that's lined up where every single player we want to play just has a golden fixture where we think, okay, they're going to smash it. Every single one of them is going to smash it. We're just going to play 270. And then if we do end up smashing it, right, then the actual reward that we then get is the tier 3, right? So that's why I didn't do it. Finally, my Seattle boys smashed. Shame Tolo got injured. Tier 1 incoming. Only my second ever tier 1 reward for Brezza. Congrats to Brezza. Yeah, they done very well, didn't they, Seattle? Sold up some extras in my gallery, sitting on about £130 to buy. Love it, says Big Merc. Yeah, so that's basically how we done. Really good result for Luton. Huge as well for them. Like, that is one of the games that they needed to get 3 points from to keep their hopes alive of staying up. I think if Luton had either lost that or drawn that, then I think it would have looked even more likely that they're going to get relegated. They're still very much on the cusp of getting relegated, and I think they need another 2 wins to maybe save themselves, but that was one of them that they needed to get. And then, yeah, Cap 240, Premier League, this was a throwaway. This was the throwaway, which is going to give us a reward box now, which is amazing. The Challenger, complete throwaway, All-Star. This one's a little bit painful because I bought a player called Tapia before the start of the Chilean league, Gonzalo Tapia, to play alongside Amperero and Zampedri. And for the life of me, right, I don't know why I didn't line up Tapia. Because I bought him so I could play him this season. And kind of more Pinares is the player that I want to have as like a rotational option. If I'd have played Gonzalo Tapia, right, then we would have won a reward. Why do we have caps lock on? Okay. So this guy here, I rate highly, and I think he's great. He's not quite had a good start to the season so far, but he really came alive in this game. He got a goal and assist rate for 70. So if we'd have played him in the extra slot instead of Pinares, then we would have, we would have then had an additional 20 points or so. That would have given us a tier 5 rare, most likely, in All-Star. So that one hurts a little bit because, yeah, we got a really high score from Piovi, which is not usual for him. We captained Zampedri and he scored, finally. So good result for them. Just a shame. It's like a missed opportunity where it's like, oh, just a wrong pick of Panares there. But something to keep in mind. I think going forward, I do need to be probably playing Zampedri, Tapia, and Pereiro, because that's really why I bought those three to play them together. So, yeah, a bit of a mistake on my part. Cap 270, this one didn't really work for us at all. A little bit tricky with Vitesse at the moment. They're kind of like a Walking Dead team, aren't they? Where they know they're down, and you can tell from the results they're having now that I think just a lot of players have basically just checked out of the season just mentally. So I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for us to get further good scores from Eli Room for the rest of the season. But we've also got a little bit of an issue with Edvardsen, who's not really starting anymore. So this was like a punty one. We didn't really have huge expectations on it. We thought, can it do well? Probably not. Let's see what it does. And yeah, it didn't do anything. So that's okay. Challenger, this was like throwaway. MLS Special Weekly. Guys, look at this here. How frustrating is this? This is our community team. So this is a team where if it wins any rewards, right, we're then going to use those rewards to go and buy cards that you guys tell me you want to win. Okay, so the rewards go back out to the community. And these guys were doing pretty good up until like the 60th minute. They were 3-0 up. They had a penalty. Unfortunately, Willie Agadar missed it. He was on for his hat-trick if he scored that. He would have got a hat-trick if he scored it. If they'd have scored that and they'd gone 4-0 up, then I think the game is then dead. And I think then the other team don't get the motivation to think, okay, we're still in this here. Like, they probably then just are defeated, like, mentally. The fact that they missed the penalty, it then almost gave a lifeline to Portland, and they then started to come at them hard, and basically just Sporting KZ collapsed mentally and defensively. So they were 3-0 up with 30 minutes left. We were looking good. We were looking like we were going to get our first reward for the community there, and they just threw it away. And it's the second time in this MLS Special Weekly that they've done that. They've done it in the first game week where they were, I think it was like 2-0 up against, they were 2-0 up against LA Galaxy and ended up losing 3-2 in like the last 20 minutes. So very frustrating. Very frustrating. Unfortunately, we are not able to win anything from the MLS Special Weekly. That's now finished. However, we have this team for the rest of the season. We will continue to play them in some in-season competitions, and we'll see if we can win in those now going forward. No, I didn't. The funny thing is, Twitch Gamer, I didn't forget him. That's the thing. I didn't forget him. I knew about Tapia. I remember at the time thinking, oh, I could put Tapia in. And I was like, well, I'll run with Panares because I feel like maybe Panares could do well here. But the rule of thumb should be, I need to be playing Tapia, right? Even if Tapia is not doing that great, I want to be developing Tapia. I want to be playing him. So I just I knew it. And then I kind of just went against it in my head. And obviously now it made I can see it was a mistake, but I'm kind of happy that that has happened because now I'll just remember it's got to be Tapia, Zampedri, and Amperero. Hello also to Beast, how you doing? And then kind of like the rest of the teams here, Cap 220, this is a bit annoying because we had a fantastic score from Andre Hansen, which is completely wasted in this team, which we have a DMP, and we just got loads of really bad scoring. So I actually had very high hopes for this team. I think kind of like looking at the game week, this is probably the one lineup that I'm most disappointed about. I really thought that we had a good chance to hit a massive score with this lineup, and it was the complete opposite. It completely bombed. So yeah, annoying. It happens, but yeah, nothing there. Capsule 20, this was funny. Didn't expect anything from this at all because Miguel Vargas doesn't play. He's like the backup goalkeeper, but they gave him a rare start. So there was a potential that we could have won something here if the rest of the guys had scored good, but they didn't. So that's a little bit of a missed opportunity where the DMP goalkeeper gets a start, but then the rest of the players actually then don't step up their game. So it's a shame. 270, I think we're going to get relegated with this one. No, we're not. Sorry, this is 270. We were thinking about playing this team in Challenger. If we'd have done that, then we would have got relegated. So thankfully we didn't. We played it in 270. There's no relegation, of course. It's the old format, but it didn't win anything because we, captained the wrong player. Then we just got loads of really bad scoring. It's a bit of a shame. Same here for 240. We targeted the 340 and we just didn't have anywhere near the level of scoring to get 340. So, yeah, it is what it is there. And then look at this here, All-Star, our Tigres team. They had a shocker. This was the B team. Now, we were good enough to correctly guess the 5 that were going to start, but obviously then we needed them not to lose 3-0. They lost 3-0. This is a very frustrating stack for me. We are going to be playing Tigres again in the midweek, and hopefully, fingers crossed, they can finally deliver good scoring for us and hopefully a reward. So that was pretty much how the game week went. Yeah. Very quiet in the chat, guys. Very quiet. What's everyone looking at for the midweek? As in, like, what teams, what players are you guys targeting? We haven't started doing our scouting for the midweek, but we will do it shortly. It's a very weird midweek again, where nearly nobody of my players are playing. Can you not do anything for the Continental Beast? Tistel doesn't have any keepers for the midweek. Oh, no. So does that mean that you're going to be entering a team with a DMP goalkeeper or not entering at all? I think it's probably worth entering still with a DMP. Yeah. Entering the Continental Nights, but finding a decent player with an L15 less than, I think you mean 40. Yeah, you're less than 40 as hell. Yeah. I get in a way why they've done that restriction, but I don't really like that restriction. We talked about it last week. I think what would have been better is if they'd have just set a lower overall team cap rather than one player has to be less than 40. I don't really like that. It kind of annoyed me, actually, to be honest with you, because I have a team for the, well, not for the Continental Night Special. Let's go back. I would have had a team for the Continental Night Special, most likely, if they had just set an overall team cap rather than a one player needs to be under 40. We're actually going to run through the Continental Special. This is kind of the team that I'm running at the moment in All-Star. I'll need to change it probably because I think Quintero's injured and I don't know whether I want to run Pochettino. So I have to do a little bit of tweaking with this team. But my midweek team, I wanted to enter into the Continental Nights, but I just don't have a player with an L15 of 40 or below. I'm a little bit annoyed because I kind of have been planning for the Copa Libertadores and the Copa Sudamericana for a good few months. It kind of feels like I've been penalised for being ahead of the game, you know, where I really want to participate in that. I've done all my scouting and I bought all the players, you know, smartly, knowing that they would give me that good midweek utility. And yeah, kind of now I can't really do it unless I dip my hand into my pocket and go and spend more in the game. And I'm just not going to do it. So that's why I'm going into All-Star instead. But let's bring up the Continental Nights, the announcement, the event details, right? One of the things that I think is pretty crappy, actually. You guys know I don't mince my words. One of the things I think is pretty crappy in the new format is how there is very little information around the competitions, right? Now, there is information around the eligibility and stuff when you go in and you start to lineup build, because then what you'll see in the requirements here is everything that you need, right? So you see it in here, but I just think it's a really weird and bizarre design decision where you can't see here, where we had it before, where you could click on a competition and it kind of brought up a description of it. It told you the requirements, it told you the matches that were taking part in it. All of that information is just like no longer there at a glance, you know, like at the top level in the new format. And I hope that they bring it back, because it was quite cool just to kind of like, if you saw a competition come up like the special weekly in the game week lobby, and you're thinking, oh, cool, like, what's that about? You know, or any other type of competition that you're not familiar with. You'd be like, oh, what's that about? You click on it, it then tells you about it, and it shows you what you need to participate in it. Just think it's a backward decision and a backward step for Sorare to remove what was actually quite a user-friendly feature, especially for newbies as well. They won't know that they have to click in and pretend to add a team just to see the information about that competition. It's bizarre. You need to see the information about the competition first, and then you think, okay, that's for me. Now I'm going to go and add a team, right? Rather than saying, okay, I need to pretend to add a team so I can see what this is all about. Bit weird. But yeah, let's go back, because this will give you the information about the Continental Nights if you've not had a chance to check it out yet. Ultra Finagris is playing the Dortmund stack. That'd be strong. Well, would that be strong? Who did Dortmund have? I was looking at some of the fixtures that were coming up. The one that I'm really interested in is the Arsenal-Bayern game, actually. They've got Atletico Madrid. Oh, tricky. Very tricky. I have some players for the Continental Cup, but no keeper or any under 40, so we'll put them elsewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm having to do as well, Josh. Do we know if every week is going to be a rule for L15 under 40? Okay, so that's a good question from Silent Storm, because one of the things that I think Sorare need to do a little bit better on is when they announce these types of special weeklies, like the Continental Nights, right? This Continental Nights can technically run all the way until the end of the season, because it's covering like those clubs, those competitions that happen in the midweek that run all the way up until those tournaments end, right? Now, it's not clear from this blog that the format is going to remain the same, right? It's going to be this format now locked in for the duration of the Continental Nights Special Weekly. This is just, from the looks of it, the rules for this game week, but we've seen in the past before that Sorare can change things at very little notice. They can also change things based on feedback. And I know that one of the big feedbacks about this competition was the requirement here around a minimum of one player with an L15 of 40. Now, as I say, I don't really like that. I think they could have just got around it by saying that you need to build a team under a cap of 240 or something, right? Because then it gives users, it gives managers the flexibility as to how they build the team. So they can build a team with a player of 40 or below, or they can just build it differently, where maybe they're all kind of around 45 or something. Maybe one's really high, one's really low. But kind of when you say that you must have a player with a maximum L15 of 40 or below, then it kind of then really dictates and prescribes to you, okay, if you don't have their L15 of 40, you either need to go and buy one or trade one in, or you play that team elsewhere. So I kind of don't really like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that changed in the future, where they just went for like an overall cap for the team. But for now, that is the requirement. So let's run through it. This is the special weekly that happens in the midweek. So it starts from tomorrow, game week 466, right? I find it interesting again as well. It's small things like this, right? But these are things that make me start to suspect that there's a bit of a disconnect in the team that's running Sorare. Because when they when they announce stuff like this, right, they give a date range and then they also talk about the actual game week. But then when you go into if you go into the pro, right, and you look at the date ranges, they don't also talk about the game week number either. There's like a little bit of inconsistency going on where they should be talking about the date and the game week together. I don't know, it's just weird. I prefer it if they brought the game week number back, because I tend to still look at Sorare as game week numbers because we refer to Sorare data. So yeah, but in the blog, they've referred to the game week number, but in the game, they don't refer to the game week number. It's bizarre. Just doing it as a cap doesn't really make it special, though. It's just the same old. It does make it special, yeah, Graham. It does. I think the special weekly doesn't need to be special because you're not doing a cap. It is special because it is covering. It's covering those particular competitions. So I don't think if that's the case, then what you're saying is that every special weekly then needs to be not a cap mode. It then needs to be where it's individual player caps, and that's not going to happen at all. So I think they could have done it as a team cap, to be honest with you, and that would have been fine because it's still kind of special because it's covering those continental competitions. So they could have done it that way. I don't think that just by doing capped modes, it then doesn't make it special. I think it does. I think that's the whole point, is that the specials are now going to be cap modes, right? Basically. So they pop up every now and then, and you've got to work within a cap. But I think it just surprised people that you had to do it with this individual cap rather than just an overall team cap. I think it's fun to have some requirements like that so everyone can make the same team, and that play under 40 is going to be super important, the big difference. Kind of true, yeah. The under 40 player is now going to be quite significant, yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's look at this here. So you can do limited, rare, super rare, unique. Maximum of 2 players with a minimum last 15 of 55. So you can't have anybody actually that has a score of over 55, which is kind of interesting. Then you can have a minimum of 1 player with a maximum L15 of 40, and then you can only have 3 players from the same club. So you can't just play a huge stack from one team. Like you can't just play like a Man City team, or you can't play like a Dortmund or whatever. You have to mix it up if you're going to go into the Continental Special Weekly. It's okay. I'd like to play it, but we can't. We don't have an L1540. Who is playing this here? And if you are playing it, how are you playing it? It covers the 3 European Continental Leagues. So that's the Champions League, Europa League, and the Europa Conference League. And then the 3 American ones, you can see them here. And then the rewards are kind of cool because there's limited cards in there. There's cash for podiums, and there's also reward boxes as well. So there's a chance to win signed jerseys, pro cards, and level ups. We can see the detailed prize pools here, which we're going to do. And so you can see that at the moment for limited, there's 6,028, and there are 1,500 reward places, but technically you want to finish in the top 800. And then again, there's the cash for the podiums. If we actually look at, hold on a minute, we look at the boxes here, you can see that there is for the elite, there's a 3% chance for a signed jersey. And that is the same, I think, throughout, right? Even down here, yeah. 3% chance to win a jersey. Looks like a lot of rewards for the amount of people. Pretty much, yeah, I agree. At the moment it is, I'd say. How's it looking for rare? So rare's got 1,414. And then rare has 400 like card rewards in there. So again, technically there'd need to be kind of around 4,000 for it to offer a standard 10% chance. So at the moment, it's pretty good. Very good, actually. Yeah. Like, it's a shame I don't have an L15 of under 40, and I'm just not prepared to spend any more money just specifically for that. I did actually buy a player to help me for the midweek, but it wasn't for the Continental Special Weekly. It was Luke Thomas here, who has an L15 of 35, but of course he doesn't qualify for the Continental. But I bought him so that he could give us a better option for All-Star. And he's also an under 23 player. He's playing for, he's contracted for Leicester. He's not playing for them at the moment, but if Leicester get promoted, it potentially gives us a kind of a backup option for Champion or Premier League next year. Yeah. Who is entering the Continental? Who's going for it? Got to find the here we go. Volts is going for it. I have Isaac, L15 of 39, Di Maria Rafa, and Otamendi from Benfica, and the Bruges goalkeeper. Pretty good. You're pretty good, man. I have a lineup, but two of the players ain't likely to start. Still worth entering, though, isn't it? I mean, especially when you look at the amount of entries versus the rewards, you could even, if there are, like, if it remains roughly what it is at the moment, you could maybe even end up getting into the card rewards with a DMP player or a player that comes off the bench, for example. One of the problems that I had, the big problem I had is that I don't have that L15 under 40 player for the Continental Knights. So if we go into limited, first of all, I don't have enough limited players to really put out for this one. I could put out some rare players as well. I guess I could probably put. Haven't actually looked at limited really. I could probably put in something, couldn't I, in here? I mean, Guzman's the DMP goalkeeper, so we'd have to throw him in. Andrew Farrell, I don't know whether he's actually going to play or not. Probably not. Again, it doesn't really matter because it's a kind of a throwaway team. And then maybe what I could do is do that. Do that. We need a 40 player though, don't we? Yeah. We need a 40 player. That's the problem. I haven't done that, but I'll need to see whether we can put some kind of a throwaway in. For the rare, yeah, if I wanted to do the rare, then I actually had quite a few players to do it. But the big problem that I kind of had is we just don't really have a good player to play that has an L15 of 40 or below that has a game. Why is it showing me? Here we go. Take that off. Yeah, so what I was thinking about doing was we could have done like Dominguez, Quintero, if Quintero is not injured, which I think he is, and then POV, and then Lucero, and then if we had a 40 player, we could play him in here, but we don't. Do you know if Alvarado lost his place now? He's lost his place for a while. Yeah, he's lost his place for a while. He lost it towards the end of last season. Hello to Gaz as well. How you doing? Yeah, so you can see now that because I can't put that team into the Continental Night Special, I'm going to just throw them into All-Star. Now, the reason why I went out and bought Luke Thomas is because I can obviously play him here in All-Star, and he's doing well at the moment. So if Quintero's injured, then we'll simply just take him out. We'll put Luke Thomas in there. And then I'll probably captain POV if that was the case. If not, if Quintero is actually over his injury, then I'll put him in. I'll captain Quintero. I don't know whether I'm going to actually play Pochettino and Lucero. Lucero we have to play. He's our only forward that we've got that has a game this midweek. It'll be a question of whether I play Pereira, Hoyos, or Pochettino then. Or even Luke Thomas, right? Because if Quintero is actually going to play, then I could play Thomas and Quintero. But Hoyos didn't play in the last game, so Hoyos could very well start in the next one because he was rested. And then he's got a really good game against, I think, an opponent that's not too strong. So it could look something like that as well. If I look at the lineup builder, and we look at the All-Star Rare, and we do suggest a lineup, that is what the lineup builder is telling me, that we should play Quintero, Dominguez, POV, and then Hoyos, who, funny enough, they give the captaincy to Hoyos there, and then Lucero, because he's our only forward that we've got. But look at the win percentage that Fortaleza have against that team. 61%, 3 goals to be scored as well. Very good fixture for them on paper. Okay. So, should we take a look at the game week then, the midweek game week? Game week 466. We're not going to talk about any games other than the continental games, really. So, like the likes of the J League, we're not talking about that. We're not going to talk about any championship like games whatsoever. We're going to just purely focus on the continental competition. So, games happening tomorrow. We've got some of the big ones here. Arsenal versus Bayern, Real Madrid versus Man City. And then we've got Argentina's Juniors Racing, Corinthians National Asuncion, Estudiantes versus the Strongest, and Gremio versus Huchipato. Predictions for these two games, guys. I think the way that Bayern are playing, Arsenal could definitely win that one. Predictions for the two games here, guys. Arsenal wins and Real City's a draw for you. Very difficult game. I mean, they're all difficult now, aren't they? But that's a good prediction from Brammer or Brammers. 2-1 Arsenal, 1-1 Real Madrid, Man City. Quite like that. think I would probably go for a draw as well in that one. So difficult to choose between these two sides, right? Would have been lovely if that was the final, in a way. Does anyone actually think that Bayern can beat Arsenal here? I mean, they could. They really could. Because we know that Kane loves to go up against Arsenal. If you look at Kane's scoring record against Arsenal, he's is one of the clubs that he tends to score against regularly. So, and with Bayern as well, they know that this is realistically now their only chance to win any silverware this season, so they have to go for it. They could beat them. Yeah, they very much are, aren't they? Yeah. Let's have a look at this game. One of the difficulties with this this game, from a Sorare point of view, is the players that will have low L15s, right? Let's have a quick look on Play Sharper as well. So no lineup prediction for Arsenal, but a lineup prediction for Bayern. They've all got such high L15s. Good game, though. Probably with this type of fixture, if you wanted players from it, then you're going to need the pockets for it as well. Because a lot of these players are not cheap, even on the Arsenal side. I mean, like Declan Rice, for example, in limited is what? Like, look, £50. His new season card is £50 on the floor. His old classic card is £48. What? That's mental. There's not much of a difference there at all. That's crazy. Given that his last auction went for £59.90, that's actually a bargain. Why is that so cheap? Wow. That's a pretty good, like, it's not a bargain, but you guys get the point. It's a lot cheaper than probably what it should be. Even probably some players that would be a little bit on the cheaper side, like a Ben White in limited. He's still £24, Ben White. I mean, some of you guys might think that that's actually pretty cheap and limited. I think that's really kind of expensive for a player that doesn't actually hit in the 80-point range and above very often at all. So that's one of the issues here, is trying to find someone, especially for the Continental, right? You can't have, if we go back to it, for the Continental, it said that you can only have a maximum of 2 players up to 55 in their L15, right? So it makes it tricky. Oh, sorry, with a minimum. Sorry, minimum. Yeah, minimum. Last 15 of 55. Wow. Yeah, having it as a maximum would have been too restrictive, wouldn't it? This is actually a game that I probably wouldn't target. It's too difficult. This is the game that in the matchups here is not going to score very well. The Arsenal all the way down here. There's too much uncertainty with it. And you definitely, I think on either side, you wouldn't really want to target the defense, right? So I think you could look at it for the Continental, but realistically, you don't want to. I don't think you want to. In fact, you know what I'd like to do as well? The odds there look like they were favouring Arsenal because they're at home, the top of the Premier League. They're up against Bayern, who are in really poor form now. Oh my God. So Arsenal are priced at 1.73. Bayern Munich are at 4.33. And they're not playing that great. But if you were going to be doing a smart bet on this one, you'd almost bet against Arsenal. You'd almost bet that Bayern can avoid defeat or win. That's where the value is there. There's no way that Bayern Munich should be priced at 4.33 against Arsenal because it's not like they are a significantly worse team. If anything, on paper, they're a better team. They're just in not a good moment. So that's actually fantastic value. If you were doing a pooky prediction on this game for this game week, then I actually think it would be better to do either a draw or Bayern to win. Because based on those odds, you'd be able to get a ton of points there. And it's not like Bayern couldn't win that game, because I think they could. Do you think it's worth risking buying Fiorentina's second goalkeeper, Christensen? No, I don't rate him at all. I don't like him. I don't think he's good. And I wouldn't buy him personally just for the Continental. No. That's me personally. You might be different, but I don't like that guy at all, Christensen. Don't think he's good. And I think all you would probably end up doing is paying a premium on him. His price is going through the roof. Fuck that. Nah. You don't want to be doing that. How much is he in limited now? It's £10. Nah. Not a good goalkeeper. And certainly for me, I would not be looking to pay £10. So no. For me, no. For you, you might feel there's some potential there, some opportunity. I don't think he's a good goalkeeper. And I think if you pay £10, right, or £8 to bring in his classic card, then he could do okay in this game week, right, against Victoria Pleasant. But then he's going to play one game, he's going to be back on the bench again for the next game. No. The answer is no. No, basically. Real Madrid versus Man City. I don't think there is a single player, is there, that has an L15 of 40 or below for Man City. Not at all. And I think the same probably for Real Madrid. Don't think there would be, would there? I mean, what's Nacho on? 46, okay. I thought he was maybe the potential there. There isn't going to be, is there? Which kind of makes that kind of easy. Look, not a single player there with an L15 of 40 or below. And the same here. Docker at 44 is kind of close. Very good game, but again, probably not the sort of game you want to target, really. I just think it would be so difficult to know where that's going. And again, if you did want to target it, you need to have deep pockets for it. Like, most of these players are really expensive, right? Like, Cruz in his limited, he's 30 quid. Kind of a lot. How much is Stones these days? Stones in limited is a tenner. Stones would be a good pickup in general, because you can then use him for the Euros as well. And he'll play pretty much every game in the Euros. No, Rudiger's not L15 or 40 or below. He's close to, but he's not. He's also £12. He's not worth £12 at the moment. Not based off this scoring here. That's a waste of £12. I could find you someone that's like 60p that scores better than that. you're basically paying for the name and the fact he's a Real Madrid player. So he has utility for the midweek games, like what we're looking at, and also for the national team. But you're not really paying for good scoring here at all. Yeah, a game that's probably worth avoiding. Even Grealish doesn't have an L15 of 40 or below. I thought he might have just had it with all the bench appearances that he's been doing. But when he's been coming off the bench, he's actually been doing pretty good in his AA, and that stopped him from having an L15 of 40 or below. Joslu's 38, but Joslu's not going to play, is he? He's not going to start. So Joslu might be 38, but there's no point targeting that player. I like Joslu as well. I really do. I think he's amazing, but they're not going to play Joslu. Do you think Rudiger's price will go up during the Euros? I want to get rid, but not sure when. I think it probably will, yeah. I think a lot of the Euro players will go up, but they'll go up a lot a lot closer, to the Euros starting. Yeah, he gets off the bench, but you don't want to target a bench player, do you really? I mean, yeah, look, you're right. If you really wanted to play the Continental and you were struggling to find an L15 or 40 or below, you could look at Joslu. But realistically, you don't want to buy or pick up a sub player who costs 38 that's then only going to give you like probably 25, right? When you just should target another player in a different team, a different match that has 40 or below that's going to start. Which we'll do. We'll do some scouting for that shortly. Let's have a look at Argentina's juniors racing. Because Argentina's juniors are quite strong, and they're very strong at home as well. Look, this is their form at the moment. They're going up against Racing. Racing who? Racing Montevideo. Oh, okay. Interesting. They're a pretty difficult team, Racing Montevideo. Jose Varela is there. Jonathan Sandoval. Gaston Bueno. Axel Perez, okay. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? This fixture here could be an interesting one because Argentina's juniors are a team that defensively quite solid, and at home they don't really tend to concede lots of goals. So what you could actually find is that maybe this is a low-scoring game. I mean, their first fixture was not, but I think they played Corinthians, right? And they played Nacional, fair enough, away. But at home, they're much better at home. But they don't really tend to concede goals at home too often. What do I think about Rafael Bohr? In what context? This guy's 43. Is he under 40, Rafael Bohr? Is he? Because if he is, that's a pretty good shout. Yeah, it's not bad, actually. I mean, he's not amazing, but yeah, his fixture here is pretty good. It's not a bad player. It's just never really been a player that's been super interesting to me. He's had his moments. But for 40, L15 of 37, how much is he, though? Is he literally about £5? So the time to have got him was down here, wasn't it? Personally, I wouldn't spend £5 on him, but yeah, you could look at him. Who knows? He could actually pop up with a score of 60, 70 in this fixture. You've got Antonio as my L15 under 40. His floor is £2. Do you remember when I was telling you guys about Antonio? And I even bought Antonio myself. I bought him. Then I did actually trade him out because I didn't kind of need him. Antonio, honestly, L15 at 37, really horrible fixture though. Really horrible fixture against Leverkusen. But this is a useful option and a cheap option, I think. In limited, for sure. If you can get in for a couple of quid, yeah, floor price 230. Not bad. There should be some goals in this one. Expecting West Ham to score. It's just a case of whether he can get involved. One of the issues with Antonio is that you can see quite clearly he doesn't actually really score more than 70, 80 because he has no AA. But I like that you're running Antonio, man. Naho Molina is not a bad shout. He's very hit and miss, though. So, for the game that we were just looking at, it's kind of a little bit strange now, the Argentinos Juniors back line, because they used to have, of course, McAllister and Villalba, but McAllister is now for USG and Villalba is for Cruzeiro. So their defensive line is different. They're not going to be playing Acosta, are they? Why is he there? He's not there. He's not going to be in there. Don't really rate Argentinos Juniors going forward. I don't think they're that strong. They've always been a team that have been much stronger at the back than they have been going forward. So this is probably a fixture to target for defensive-minded players. I don't think it's going to rank that high, though, is it? Like, it's kind of here. It's a good win percentage, good chance for a clean sheet. How much is Vega? Wow, £6 for Vega. He's got good potential. He's not an L15 under 40, though. There won't be many players for these two teams that have a lot of cards. Look. Got Perez here. The legend, the GOAT, Perez. Zaid Romero, he's not a goalie. He's a defender. He's doing good. He's doing very good. I used to own him. Maybe I shouldn't have sold him. He's a very good young player. Only 24 still. Didn't really get a lot of game time when he was at Quito. He played one season basically, but he didn't really have enough time there. But since he's been at Estudiantes, he's doing fantastic. How much is he in limited? He's £8 now. Yeah, look. Bought him for £2.79. How much did I sell him for? Sold him for £3.72. Not much evolution to his price, really. Good player, though, but high L15. Oh, we've got Sosa in here as well. He's going to have a high. Oh, he's got L15 of 44. So it's not quite what you need, but a decent play. He's getting on, though, 38. Limited. He's only 86p, though. Good fixture for him, this one. I have a limited continental team of Jorge Braun, Brites, Rodri, Dzeko, and Rafael Vega. That's pretty sound, actually. It's pretty solid. What's Dzeko's L15? 49. Okay. It's pretty good. He's still going so strong, Dzeko, at 38. It's amazing. He's got a contract as well until next year, so still a very good investment in limited, not so much in rare. And then Gremio versus Huichapato, not really the best fixture for Gremio. João Pedro's okay. João Pedro with an L15 of 31. Wow. That's interesting. He could be a little bit of a under the radar. Yeah, he could be an under the radar type of player for the Continental. So João Pedro has scored quite a few goals in the past. It's been sort of struggling a little bit at Gremio, hasn't really been getting enough game time, especially towards the end of last season. But if he's projected to start, L15 of 31 against Huichapato at home, that really could be a good one. He's only £1.15 as well in limited. Could be an interesting one, guys. What's Costa saying? Costa's 29. Damn. Costa's, I'm not a big fan of Costa anymore. I feel like Costa had a couple of good seasons at Chelsea, but he was good at Atletico Madrid, to be fair. Not really a big fan of him anymore. So I've seen that this guy was mentioned in the chat. Marchesin. He started in the last game. I don't know whether you could look at him, I guess, right? But it's just a case of the cost here. He is very much a backup goalie. I think if you were really desperate for a goalie, you could probably look at this guy. Because in truth, a 10 is not too bad, but I think it's a lot to pay for a backup goalkeeper that you know is not really gonna get a lot. Hello to Mark Gork. How you doing, man? Right, you guys tell me what other players you want to look at. What other teams you want to look at here? What do you guys think are the good fixtures to target? Because there's a load of fixtures, of course, right? So you guys tell me which ones are sticking out for you. Palmeiras or Fortaleza? I'm glad you said Fortaleza because I like the Fortaleza fixture a lot. Yeah. Don't think this is a good game for Nacional. Good game for Fortaleza, though. So we can definitely talk about that. And I think as well with Fortaleza, the advantage that you get with them is that they do have, I think, a couple of players that have L15s under 40. So look at their fixture here. I wish there was a way you could kind of click on the actual fixture on this screen, but there isn't, which is a bit weird. Oh, I thought TT had an L15 of under 40. Let's have a quick look. Who have they got? Which competition is it? Sudamericana. There they are. Oh, they're not done yet. But I think generally speaking, they do have quite low L15s, right? If we look at the last game that they done. In fact, let's look at their team. So 43 for Pacheco, 47 for Tinga. Brites at 37 is interesting. Brites at 37 could be an interesting one to look at. I don't actually think he's amazing. I really don't. But he's starting and he's got L15 at 37 and a good fixture as well. It's a little bit of a shame that Pochettino and Pikachu are not L15 under 40. Look, they're all so close. Look, Lucero 43, Gallardo 42. Probably good players to like target now, so that in the future, as they go further in the competition, they'll then qualify as having an L15 under 40 at some point. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. He's just gone over, hasn't he? 41. I think you could easily build a reasonable stack with them, like a Ricardo. Then you could put in Tinga. Then you could probably do the likes of, has he gone? Pochettino. Lequinas you probably need to have. Lequinas is only £1.15. Like, how? This guy's brilliant. It's really good. He was on the subs bench there. I'd expect him to start in this one. That's why they rested him. Really good player. You can put a really cheap team together for Fortaleza and they give you some good utility. What other games are you guys thinking of that are good to look at for this weekend? Or this midweek, sorry. Yeah, that's why you should buy him now. Because he will play. Believe me, he'll play. So you want to get him when he's like £1. Because when he starts playing, he's going to shoot up. What other fixtures, what other teams or games do you think are good ones for the Continentals, guys? There's actually some pretty difficult fixtures here, even in the Libertadores. Junior versus Universitario. You think that's a good fixture to target? I don't. At all. Why do you think that's a good fixture to target? I'm curious rather than anything. I think this is tricky. I think this is tricky. What's the odds for this game here? Are there odds for this game at all at the moment? I think that's interesting that the odds are at 1.61. I'd place that a lot closer than that. Like, this team is good, very good. Universitario are decent as well. I don't think that's as clear cut. Where does that's probably quite high up, right? Based on the odds there. Where is it? Down here. Yeah. It's interesting because they have good opponent scores here, right? And a good win percentage, but what's the form of Universitario? I mean, there you go. That's why I'm surprised that they are priced so high, because they don't tend to lose many. Look. Like, that's their form. They've lost one game in what, the past 30? 4. I mean, I guess you could look at this game if you could find players with an L15 of 40 maybe, but I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't really feel confident that the home team can win that one. Interesting. What's Valera? Because sometimes Valera slips under. No, he's 49. Perez, what's he? 43. Wow. Can't even look at Perez there if you wanted to. Flores is going to be too high. Yeah. What about on this side? Got Diver Saicedo, 50. Doing pretty good. Yumichara, going to be around mid-50s. Yeah, he usually is. I'd actually be inclined to say that I think Universitario can avoid defeat here. Oh, it did, didn't it? Thank you, by the way, Alomjad, for the sub, man. Massively. Yeah. That Morales negative decisive, so annoying, man. So annoying. The fact that he got a positive decisive at the end, right at the end, almost like the last kick, I was so grateful for. Because then at least it gave him an okay-ish type of score. But until then, he was on a shocking score, wasn't he? He was on like 25 or something. It was terrible. I like the look of some of the Racing Club defenders. Decent matchup, and L15's less than 40. Let's have a little scout then. Let's have a little scout now. We've just been looking at some fixtures kind of randomly, just individually. And we've looked at a lot of them. There's some more on Thursday. Why don't we actually look at a few? We do like a dedicated scout for it. Because that seems to be the thing that everyone wants, right? I'll be back in a minute, okay? Right, guys. Let's have a little look then to see in the Game Week Center what are the standout L15 40 or below players with their pick scores. Because it's something that I don't tend to do a lot, but it's quite a powerful tool this here, just to help you guys try and target where you need to look for players, right, for the game week. So we'll leave it on All-Star. Let's have a look at goalkeepers first of all. So yeah, Fabianski, who I can see Redor is talking about. He qualifies as being an L15 under 40. Switch it to limited. Personally, for me, I would not target Fabianski at all unless you absolutely had to. Because he's just got a horrible fixture. This guy here... This guy here, Gonzalo Falcon, £3.45, and then let's have a look. Who's he playing for? Sportivo Luqueno. He only played the last game. He was on the bench in the game before. It's very much kind of a bit more of a bench player, isn't he? He used to play the Quito. It's £3.45. That could be an interesting one. He's got an away game, but it's not bad. Yeah, you bought a Falcon, did you? Yeah. It's really not too bad at all. £3.45, an away game, but probably a game that's not going to see a lot of goals there. £8 here is, I think, a little bit too high for this type of player that doesn't really play much football at all. Guillermo de Amores. It's not covered either. Like this guy who's not covered fully is fine at kind of around £3, but the other guy at like £8, that's too much for a guy that's not really covered. Don't want to look at that one. Against America away is horrible. Then we talked about Marchesin. There's not many goalkeepers, are there, really? You'd expect that, though. Looking for a goalkeeper with an L15 or 40, there'd only be a handful that are really worth targeting. We talked about Christensen earlier. I wouldn't look at bringing him in at all. Gaston Gomez is a player that I really like. He doesn't really start, unfortunately, for him. And he started there, and he done shocking, so you could forget about any chance of him starting. But that was poor from him. Conceded a penalty and then created an error that led to a goal. Oh, didn't have the greatest, did he? But I actually quite like him. He'd be a player that I would think about picking up for the long term, but yeah, not for £4. Yeah, so limited options there. Falcon, Marchesin. Again, I think he's a little bit too expensive. Marchesin at £10. So I think if I was going to be looking at a goalkeeper here, and if I really needed one, then I would probably have looked at Falcon here for £3 and try and get him for under £3 actually, if possible. What's the best defenders here with an L15 of under 40? Okay, Tomori's in there. Wow. Tomori in there with an L15 of 36 is incredible. Pau Torres as well. L15 of 39. There's some good ones here, actually. So we talked about Brites for Fortaleza. They have a very good home fixture, and he's starting, he's doing well, he's quite cheap as well. That would probably still be my player to target on, Brites there. There's been no sales of this guy at all, which says to me that he doesn't have any limited cards, no. Bit of a shame, really. But Tomori, with the home game against Roma, this guy's good. Got very good potential to score high as well. Yeah, we were looking at the Gremio fixture. Fabio caught my eye, but I didn't really talk about him when we were looking at the Gremio fixture. Maybe that was a mistake, because he does have that L15, as you say, of like 34. Just don't think he's that great, really, if I'm honest with you. I think he's a pretty shit player, to be honest with you. But he's going to be cheap. He's going to be a potential. I think, to be honest, if I was going to pick a defender, I wouldn't pick this guy. I'd probably end up picking Brites, right? Because Fabio is 33 years old. Sure, he's 58p. He's got an okay-ish home fixture. As I say, I don't think he's that great. I don't think he scores that good in Sorare. And his playing time's a little bit sporadic as well. Whereas with Brites, you've got someone who's a bit more of a consistent player for the team. Less DMPs. He's a little bit younger as well. Playing for a team that I prefer as well over Gremio. But you could, yeah, he's more expensive, this guy. Significantly more compared to Fabio, who's only like 58p. But yeah, good shout still from FIFA. I think if you buy that player, then you need to be doing it with the expectation that he's probably going to score what his L15 is, right? And I think that's the thing. I don't think he'll score much more than that, 33. Whereas I think Brites will probably keep the clean sheet, which then means he gets 10 points added on to 35. So he gets 45, and then with a little bit of AA, could potentially get him closer to 60. Because the potential here for the clean sheet, 59%, which I agree with. I think it should be high. There's 58% to be fair in Fabio's game. Just don't think he's got that level of AA, really, enough. But I hope he can prove me wrong. There's Molina. We talked about Molina as well. I think Molina's just a good player to target in general. World Cup winner. Still only 26. Very risky player. He will either bomb on you or he will hit like a really big score. So very hot and cold. At the moment, it's been quite cold. How much is he? Is he in limited? £2. Wow, that is actually brilliant. £2 for Molina, I think is good. Interesting. Isaac Hean. Is very much one of those kind of centre-backs that should have a much higher AA than that. But one of the reasons he doesn't is because Atlanta don't keep a lot of clean sheets, which then limits his scoring potential at the moment for them. Used to play for Hellas Verona as well. They're another team that didn't keep many clean sheets either. Look. Useful player, though. Who else do we think here, guys? Who else do we think is an interesting player? Maybe you're looking at it yourself, or maybe you know of a player that for the continental competitions, a good defender that has an L15 of 40 or below. Ceballos says, what, Danny Ceballos? You mean like, or a defender card though, no? Let's hear it for some other people as well. So guys, like, to the chat, what other defenders do you think are good options for the weekend based on your scouting, based on the players and teams that you've been taking a look at? What other good players are good? What other players, sorry, are good? L15s of 40 or below defenders. Yeah, Kurt Zuma. We don't tend to talk about Kurt Zuma because I really don't like that whole cat business that he done. But to be fair, Kurt Zuma is probably a good shout here because he's not that expensive. It is a horrible fixture for him. But Kurt Zuma definitely has that potential where he can hit really big in the game. He's in good form as well. So good shout there from Ali T. Yeah, I don't really like to promote this guy because of what he done. Yeah, but good shout still. Would you go for players that are only playable in European games? For example, I'm an Olympiacos fan and they've won me a few rewards when they have a couple of standout games in Europe and are cheap. So, good question from Peter over on YouTube. This is how I would do it, right? This is how I always do scouting for the midweek, okay? What I would do is, let's say, for example, let me do it, right? Let me show you guys. Let's say that I was looking for a forward for the midweek, right? So primarily, I need someone to come in and help me for the midweek, but I wouldn't go and buy someone specifically just for the midweek. I would be buying them thinking they can help me for this next game week, but then I can also use them going forward. In the past, what I used to do is I used to scout for someone just to bring them in for one game week and then look to shift them out the next week, right? But the way that Sorare's evolved, it's not really a market anymore, a secondary market where you can do that. Once you buy a player, it's really difficult to then offload them most of the time. So if you can offload them, then you can usually do it, but at a loss, right? So what I would do is I would kind of look for a player, a forward, right? Let's say all-star for now, but we know we're targeting the continental type competitions, okay? And then what I would kind of do for a forward is I would put like a score average on the L40, usually a decisive score average, right? Of like 37 to start with. And then I would probably do about 35 in the L15. And then the most important thing for me would be if I'm looking for someone to help out in the midweek, I don't want to spend a lot of money on them. I never spend a lot of money on just plugging gaps for midweek teams. So I'd probably put about £2, maybe £3 in there, right? And then filter that. And that gives me 33. And then I would basically just try and pick up somebody from here. So somebody like an Under or a Lucero. Stefan Jovetic, for example, is pretty good, even though he's made of glass, right? But he has his moments, difficult fixture. But look at his price point at £1.15. That's where I would be swimming in. You've got Bo, who's really good. You've got Uriti, who's not too bad. You've got Healy. I'm a big fan of Reese Healy. I thought Healy was injured. No, he's not injured, but he's coming off the bench at the moment and doing well. He should really be starting, in my opinion, for Huddersfield. He's good enough that he should be starting. We've got Valera in here for £2. Great value, Valera. Ashley Barnes, a bit on the old side, but useful player. Gignac is £2. So you can already see that if I was going to do this here, I'd be picking up players to help me for the midweek, but I'd be trying to target players that are good in general as well, that could then help me going forward. I don't think for midweek game weeks, especially if you're just looking for a few players, I really don't think that you need to spend loads at all. There's so much good value to be found at the low end. Yeah, it is a good strategy to do still. And what I would actually do as well is I would sort it by floor and then ascending. And I would then basically find the cheapest player that was going to start and that also could really help me going forward. So Quininones is unlikely to start. He could do, but very risky. Ibanez doesn't tend to start. Urity does start. Not too bad at all. Lucero, main forward for them. Valera. Probably would be Valera here. Yeah, because Valera is just an absolute monster. He's very hit and miss, but this would be the type of player that I would, scout for the midweek with the view to keep them long term. And Valera, because he's quite young still at 27, he has been part of the national team before, although he's not quite established his place in there yet. He's kind of been in and out. He's been used when he's been in good form, but he's not the main starting forward for Peru. There was an expectation and a hope that he would be, but he's also not quite being consistent or playing enough at club level to do it. Scorp, thank you so much, man, for the sub. What a pleasure. Thank you, buddy. How's it going, man? I need to talk to you, actually. I'll drop you a message after this stream. Yeah, there's something I think you should check out. Thank you for the sub, man. Hope everything's good. Yes, going good. I love it, man. You still playing that driving game? I had a little look on your channel and I was watching that. What was it called? Paradise something? The driving game that's a bit weird and you kind of got to build cars and it's kind of set in this abandoned Pacific Drive. That's it. Yeah. There's me talking about Paradise something. No. Did you finish that Pacific Drive? Because it looked fun. I got to say, I liked it because it looked so different. I don't think I've ever seen a game like that before. And it actually was quite therapeutic to watch, to kind of almost go on a drive. Even though it's weird, right? You say it wouldn't be therapeutic because you're kind of driving through this weird, abandoned kind of area. But it was quite therapeutic to watch. I enjoyed it. So yeah, let me know if you completed it or not. Is it worth picking up? Because it looked good. Just a random question. It's from Ali T. When was it that you started making money from Sorare? And was there a moment or maybe a trick you learned for you to start winning the prizes, or maybe a strategy? It's actually a really good question from Ali T. Yeah, there was a point when I basically started playing Sorare. There was a lot of trial and error and trying to figure out the magic formula as to how I could win consistently. And one of the big mistakes that I made, that I then, I think, taught and showed a lot of people on the streams not to do, was the lineup building. So a lot of people talk about scouting and trying to find the best players, right? But believe me, if you find you can have the best players, right, in Sorare, but if you don't spend the right time preparing for the start of the game week, working out where they need to go and what competitions and with what other players, then you can miss out on so many rewards. You really can. So the big trick and the big kind of secret that I kind of was able to wrap my head around was spending the right time lineup building, which is why when the game week opens on Tuesday, we will start lineup building immediately, right? And some managers might find that a bit strange to do because the game week opens on Tuesday, but then it starts properly on the Friday, right? So they're like, well, why do you need to line up build so early? You must try and line up build as early as you can. If you can do that, what will happen is that you'll look at your lineup, right? You'll build your lineup on Tuesday, and then that'll be your thinking, and you'll do some research, right? Look into who's got the good fixtures and the matchups and who's in good form, right? Then you go back to your lineup the next day and you look back through it again, and I promise you, you will spot mistakes that you've made, or your thinking would have changed, right? And so you try and line up build as early as you can, because then when you do that, it gives you countless times to keep going back and to keep revisiting your decision on your lineup that you built. And you can then actually see through doing several drafts, right, of your lineups, that eventually when it comes to Friday, you'll then have like a final draft, which would have been through several different previous draft versions, right? But that lineup that you then have on Friday is so good because you've eliminated so many little errors and silly mistakes, and you've not forgotten anything, you've not overlooked anything, because you spent the last 2 or 3 days doing it. And you don't have to spend a lot of time doing it every day, but just going back and revisiting your lineups that you're doing before the game week starts, right? By lineup building as early as you can, will 100% increase the amount of wins that you get consistently. So that is the one biggest thing that I found, and that has single-handedly helped me to make more money, because we're then able to win much more consistently, much more regularly, and much higher, much better in Sorare. No, after episode 2, I started to not like it because it became too repetitive. I was hoping that I'd be driving a bit more. Yeah, Scorp, yeah. When I was watching it, I was enjoying the driving aspect because the graphics were amazing, the scenery of the game looked amazing. And then I think I was watching, I think it was the first episode actually, where you got to the first garage and then you had to rebuild or improve your car, right? And it kind of looked quite cool. And then I thought you'd be going on another big drive again, but I haven't watched any more. It's a shame that you didn't play it more because you wanted it to be more driving. But yeah, I will definitely be dropping you a message after today, because there is something I think you will really enjoy. I think you'll really love it. Yeah, that was the first one. I liked it, but then next time didn't like it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got something kind of interesting for you to check out, man. Really interesting. Boyd says, my biggest problem is the DNP's soraredata and play sharper on my main sources, but most weeks they miss a few key players. So yeah, those two sources are really good, but you should also aim to try and look at a few more. So there's actually a load more sources out there. One of them, which I think a lot of people don't actually tend to use a lot, even though it's very reliable, is RotoWire. So if you go to RotoWire and you click on, for example, soccer, it's an American site, so unfortunately they call it soccer. But then there's lineups here for the Premier League, the Champions League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, League One, MLS, Liga MX, right? And because this is a proper fantasy sports company, they have proper sports journalists that go out, that do research, that know their thing. So you'll find that the lineups here are very accurate. You could also look at other more league-specific websites, such as Bully News, for example. So these guys are really accurate with their predictions for the Bundesliga, and also whenever any Bundesliga teams are playing in the Champions League. Like if we click on this one here, and we look at the lineup for Bayern, this is probably what is going to be the lineup for Bayern. They're very, very accurate. And there's like loads of others as well. So if you needed like Premier League, you could look at Fantasy Football Scout as well. So Fantasy Football Scout, they have a lot of people that spend time doing injury updates, latest team news, all that sort of stuff. And the predicted lineups here are very good as well. So the point I'm making is that Play Sharper and SorareData are very good. They're very, very good. But you can't just rely on those two. You need to be looking at other sources. Basically, just try and look at as much as you can to get the, Sports Gamblers. Sports Gambler's okay. The problem with Sports Gambler is that Sports Gambler is a site that tends to copy the previous lineup, right? So, for example, if we look at, let's do the Premier League here, right? So, if we looked at the predicted lineups for Newcastle versus Tottenham, what you'll find is that it pretty much just copies the previous lineup that they put out. And they don't tend to change it, right? Because it's very automated. So you've got to be careful with that. Like, it is good to give you an idea, but there's not really anybody that is changing the lineups. They copy and paste previous lineups. So, yeah, it doesn't factor in a lot of injuries or team news into their lineups at all. Let's go back here, though. We're getting a little bit off track, actually. Let's go back to here. We were talking about defenders who have an L15 of 40 or below. Let's look at the midfielders here. Okay. Is this guy playing now? Luciano Aouid. He is actually playing. This guy's not getting any younger. He used to play for Cattolica, and he used to do very well for them. Pretty well. Not very well, but pretty good. And then he was kind of, like, his contract ran out. He's now joined Union La Calera. Well, not that great, to be honest with you. He's not scoring amazing, but he'd be like a real cheapie. Oh, he's not a real cheapie. He's £2? No. You don't pay £2 for this type of player. I thought if he was like 50p, 60p, yeah, well worth getting. Who's paying £2 for him? Who in their right mind is paying? Someone paid £3 for him. Okay. The world is mad. A lot of people are paying £3 for him. You don't do it. You pay this for him. You pay like 81p or 50p. You don't pay £3, £4 for this type of player who's 37, that's playing for a team that are not that great, and his scoring's not that good either right now. Bizarre. Don't do that. Yeah. Learn from others' mistakes. Do not do that. Because that is not a good pickup. Who else we got here? Ooh. Adley. This is a good player to target. He's a forward, though. He's got midfielder cards. We might as well talk about him as a forward because he's mainly a forward. He does come off the bench a lot. He gets a few starts, but he's a good player to target because he's still really young at 23. So you could look at him for the midweek, but then you could also look at him in general. Sellers, top man. Thank you so much for the sub, Sellers. You've been a sub for a year now. Can you believe it? Sellers sub for a year. That's loyalty. Amazing. I saw a couple of pictures of the Sorare Sevens event, and I saw you was there. Sellers, how was it? I haven't asked, actually, if anyone else was there. If anyone was actually there, aside from Sellers, then let us know how it went. Because it looked kind of fun. I've got to say, it did look kind of fun. It was a class day. I'm suffering today, though. Are you suffering with a hangover, or are you suffering just because your body is aching from all the physical exercise? Or is it both? Maybe it's both. I think if I went, I'd be suffering from both. I would have gone, played football, my body would have been aching like crazy, and then I would have obviously gone out as well with the boys there and just got absolutely hammered. So I would have been in no state. The fact that you don't have the hangover to boot as well is impressive. Did you win anything from the event, Sellers? Everton given a further 2-point deduction. Oh damn! You lost in the semi. Who won the whole thing? What was the team that won the whole thing? Gorian, by the way, Fernando Gorian has an L15 of 40 or below. He would be a good option to look at, I think, for this fixture against Columbus Crew. Azimac's team, can't remember the name. Ah, okay. I don't like that his team won. I don't like that guy at all. But fair play to them, they won. It did look fun though. Guys, let's put it out to the chat here. Players, midfielders with an L15 of 40 or below that you think would be great for the Continental Special Weekly. Hamza Chowdhury. That's a good one. I think this guy is absolutely dreadful, Hamza Chowdhury. I have no idea how that guy is a professional footballer. I think he's dreadful. I don't understand why he's actually still at Leicester. I don't know what they see in him. I think the standout here is Morata as well, isn't it? As a forward. Morata L15 of 40 is really good. Yeah, he's homegrown, but he should have been home binned a long time ago. He's just not, he's not good enough, I think, for Leicester at all. Firmin from Barca. Really? He is expensive. This is the youngster. Good shout though, man. Yeah, he's like £24. That's a good shout. He's been doing very well since he's come into the team. Look. He's taken his opportunity. A good player to invest in long term as well. That's why I like stuff. I like shouts like that. Because even though it's a difficult fixture, right? Of course it is. And who knows, he may not even start. This is actually just a good player to invest in long term. All right. Let's try and figure out my team. I deliberately did not go and buy an L1540 player for the continental competition because I just refuse to go and spend more money for a special weekly. But I did, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I did go out and buy Luke Thomas because I'm a big fan of Luke Thomas. I think he's a good player with a lot more potential still. And he was one of the most promising players actually coming through Leicester a few years back. He's not quite reached his potential yet. It's not quite happened for him. They've loaned him out a few times. He's now at loan. Is it to Hull? I think is he a Hull? Where's he at right now? Where's he at? Can't even remember. Middlesbrough, that's it. And then they have Hull. They have Hull this weekend. Yeah. Not this weekend, this midweek, sorry. So there we go, yeah. That's why I was getting the whole thing mixed up there. Yeah. So I think this is probably a better loan move for him to Middlesbrough. He got loaned out to Sheffield United, which I don't think was a great one for him. But he's been doing okay since he got the loan move. And he was so cheap that I couldn't not buy him. I bought him for £4.30. No, how much did I buy him for? I bought him for £5.80, sorry, which I thought was pretty good. And he's an under 23 player for another few years as well. So even though I could have gone and bought a rare L15 40 or below player that had eligibility for the continental competitions, I didn't want to do it. Because, yeah, I don't want to spend for a special weekly when I don't really need to, but I could go into All-Star and then have a player who's good for the future. So I brought him in, Luke Thomas, and then you'll also see as well, funny enough, that I did actually buy Mengi and Ross Barkley. Now, the funny thing here is that I've been saying for a while that I'm not going to buy Ross Barkley, I'm not going to buy Mengi until the end of the season, right? And then I bought them like yesterday. Now, the reason I've done that is I actually have I had a referral, look. I had a referral that then gave me up to £50 to spend of free credits, okay? And so I was thinking to myself, well, I don't really need anybody, but then I also probably need to buy somebody or a few players so that I don't end up losing the free £50 I get, right? And so what I ended up doing was I thought, well, you know what? I'll buy these as the instant buy because then it's still going to cost me a lot cheaper. So rather than that actually costing me £7, Mengi only cost me like £3. Ross Barkley didn't cost me £14.50 because, of course, 50% of that was the credit. So he only ended up costing me about £7. So I thought, you know what? Let's just get them with the credits then. Now that we've got the credits that I wasn't expecting, and then we can use Barkley and Mengi for the remaining games as well. You never know. If I didn't buy Barkley as well or Mengi, then I might not have had a chance to use them in the Premier League because next year they could be relegated. So it kind of worked out. But I also need to probably go and look. I can get up to an additional £38 off. So I kind of need to go and try and spend on another player because this expires in 4 days' time. Thanks, Scorp, man. Yeah, watch out for. I'm going to drop you a message on Discord later. So yeah, check that out, okay? And thank you so much for jumping in, and thank you as always for the sub as well, the Prime. Really appreciate it, man. So good to hear from you. I'm glad things are going well, and we'll catch up later on today, okay? Hello to P-Sal as well. Or Pazal. Would it not have been better to buy auctions of in-season MLS cards who are quite easy to sell? No, not really. I mean, it could, but I have a collection for Luton Town. And the only two players that I didn't have were Mengi and Ross Barkley. So I just figured I'm going to go and buy them now with the credits that I wasn't expecting, get them for a lot cheaper, and then use them in the remaining Premier League in-season competition because Luton Town are probably going to get relegated, right? And so if I can try and use my Luton Town players in the Premier League in-season, then I should whilst it's available because then next season I might not be able to do it. And then that'll be a big shame. So, yeah. But I think, to be honest with you, you make a good point because, like, if I didn't have the Luton Town collection, then probably what I would have been doing is something, as you just mentioned, where I then just go and use those credits to buy the MLS in-season cards and then just try and sell them. The one thing that they do with the credits, though, you may or may not know this, right, is that with the credits, once you've bought them, you can't sell them for 2 weeks. So look, that can't be listed for 2 weeks. So it's a way to stop new signups from coming in, buying some cards, right? Then getting the credit, and then basically just then buying cards and selling them and taking the cash out of the game. So it's kind of a way for you to be locked in a bit. So if I was going to do that, I could do it, but then I would be having to wait 2 weeks anyway to sell them. I think what I am going to do is I'm probably going to. I don't tend to do it. You guys know that when I buy my players, I tend to target budget players, right? But I can get an additional £38 off somebody. So if I targeted a player for like £76, then it would take £38 off, and then I would only pay like £38. So I'm thinking about buying like a quite expensive rare player just to kind of get the full value of the credits, right? And then I can use them going forward. But the problem I've got is I don't really know who that needs to be in my team. I probably need to look at another goalkeeper, perhaps, right? But that's something I need to figure out over the next few days. So if we are going to look at the next game week here, unfortunately, we're not entering the Continental Nights because as I say, I didn't want to spend more on a special weekly. I don't mind spending more on like my proper teams, but not really for a special weekly. And I also didn't really like the options that were available for an L15 or 40 or below, if I'm honest with you. Like, we've gone through some of them today, and there are some good options, there's some okay options, but there aren't really players that I actually want to own. I'd be almost buying an L15 40 player just to fit them into the Continental Nights, and I don't want to do that. So that's why I bought Luke Thomas instead. And I think the thing we need to try and figure out here is whether Jose Quintero is going to be fit, and then also whether we're going to play Pochettino. Yeah, the MLS Special Weekly is finished now. So Quintero was completely out. Wonder, is this going to make a difference here? Oh. I don't actually know how long he's out for. He had some problems with his ankle. What we might need to do is search for... Yeah, what we might need to do is search for their last game so we can find some sort of team news or something. Or FIFA drops a tweet in there. Thank you. I think I read this, yeah. Oh, no, I didn't read this. I didn't read that he was out for a month. Oh, wow. Thank you, by the way. Thank you massively. Oh, what a blow that is, really. He didn't look comfortable at all when he'd done the injury. He was limping to the team coach, and I was like, oh, if it's his ankle, that's such a tender part of the body. That can take a long time to heal. Okay, thanks, man. So that's pretty much confirmed my suspicions that he's out. He's going to be out. Okay, which is why we bought Luke Thomas, right? So we can put Luke Thomas in now. Piovi we keep in. And we also keep in Dominguez there. The question now, we have to keep Lucero in. The question now is, do we go with Hoyos or Pochettino? We're not going to do Pereira. We're not doing Pereira away to River Plate. That's horrible. Very tempted to do Michael Hoyos because he got rested in the last game, which for me says that he's going to play in the next one now, because it's unlike them to completely rest him. And when they do, he usually then plays in the next one, usually starts too. His game is pretty good. It's not easy because it's San Lorenzo, but it's good for them that they're at home. Yeah, look, they've started to fall off a little bit at San Lorenzo. I think if Pochettino is expected to start, then we probably will play Pochettino because he's got a very good fixture at home, right? And then we have a bit of a stat going on. If it doesn't look like he's going to start, then we might risk it with Michael Hoyos then instead, because Hoyos has higher end scoring anyway. So I think for now, why don't we do that, and then maybe captain Piovi for the time being. What do you guys reckon? Funnily enough, Quintero's been put at 67% to start, even though we've just read that he's probably out for like a month. What do you guys reckon? Good? Bad? Who would you do differently? Who needs to come out, do you think? I don't really like having Piovi as the captain, to be honest with you. They have a difficult game. They're up against Botafogo. Very difficult. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I would need to have Hoyos in there. Because if I had Hoyos in there, I'd captain him, I think. Look at that opponent score. High win percentage too. This is not an easy game for Quito. I don't really understand that. They are playing the Botafogo of Brazil, aren't they? Like, I'm not confusing them. They are, look. That is not easy. So you've got to be careful when you look at this here, because this actually almost makes it look like Quito are going to win this one quite comfortably. This could be a draw. They could even lose it, to be fair. I wouldn't expect Quito to lose it, but this would strike me more as being a draw than Quito winning it. I'm going to play it in All-Star, I think. I can't really play it. Well, maybe I could now play it in Cap 240. When I was looking before, I couldn't quite fit it into Cap 240 Rare when I was doing Quintero. But now if we don't do Quintero, we probably could do Cap 240, which might make more sense actually. That Luke Thomas 35 really frees up a lot. POV, then we have 93. So yeah, we could do it now, look. We could actually do it. We could do it comfortably in Cap 240 now, where we can then pick anybody here, look. Everyone fits in for the extra. That's something I need to think about now, isn't it? What's our win potential in here? 378 cards, and of course you've got the cash there for the podium, but we have to assume we're not going to win the podium, right? Then there's 1,245, and then in Cap 240 at the moment, there's what? There's 988. No, sorry, 2,062. But the thing here is we need to be thinking, can that team hit 270 to then give us $15, which I think it should be able to, right? How many people are actually in 240 anyway? 2,062. And there's, yeah, 292. So the card rewards are always going to be almost like lower in here compared to the number of entries. So we have to figure out, do we go for the $15 here? Or do we think that we can win a card in here, like a tier 3? Probably not. Probably not. We probably need to look at 240 to just guarantee ourselves the $15, I think. Tier 5s are not going to be worth $15. Tier 4s could be, depending on how high up you finish, right? If you finish towards the high end of it, you'll probably get a tier 4 that's worth that. Because I tend to just want to get the threshold, right? And if I get a card reward on top of that, great. Let's figure out how much we think the team could score. Not this team. Let's change it so we know what we're working with here. So Luke Thomas, and then we would have maybe Pochettino, but we want to, well, it's a different thing. If we go for threshold, then we probably look at Pochettino more than Hoyos, though, because Hoyos is much better for All-Star. Let's do, we need to do Hoyos here. He got rested. Irregardless, we need to do Hoyos, I think. And then we put him as the captain, like that. So Dominguez, let's say that he's not going to keep a clean sheet, because I don't think he will, actually, against Botafogo. So maybe he gives us a score of around 45, 50. POV will tend to give us 50. So 50, 50, 100, Luke Thomas has been improving and he's been doing very well. Slightly difficult game. We could be conservative with him and say 45. Yeah, we could say 45. Let's even say 40, just to be safe. So 140. And then Lucero, if he starts, which I'm expecting him to start, then he will score 60, because he should score. So then we've got 200 there. And then Hoyos, we'd like to think, could give us a decisive because he's very good. And if we're going to captain him, then we're going to be assuming that. So then we hit just over 270, probably closer to 300 with that team, which in 240 is fine, but it won't be enough to get us the card awards in All-Star, and probably not 270 either. 14% in 240, 30% in All-Star, 34% in 270. I think that's what it comes down to, though, isn't it? Like, it's about figuring out what can I win that's worth more than $15. So in order for me, I think, to win something in All-Star that's worth more than $15, we'd probably need to finish top 200. And I think with some of the, well, there's some big games which are happening. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be big scoring, though, does it? Where would you put the team, guys? Let's put that out to the chat. Where would you play this type of team? All-Star, Cap 240, or Cap 270? I don't tend to look at 270 very often, but yeah, 270 with less than 200 cards in there, but there's 566 in there. It's pretty good at the moment. The problem with 270 is that you then know when you go into it that you're going up against some really heavy-hitting players because of the extended cap. Whereas if you go into Cap 240, you know that you're not really going to be facing other teams, right, that have like a Haaland in it, or like a De Bruyne or a Diaz, right? Because they just don't really fit in that cap. But then you also know that there's more people in there, so you're not really then going for the cards, right? I think if we had Quintero available, fit and available, and I was playing Quintero instead of Luke Thomas, then I probably would have been more comfortable going for All-Star. But now that Quintero is definitely out, which is, I'm so glad that we went and bought Luke Thomas now, it does make me think that we should probably be aiming a little bit lower and in a different way. So why don't we remove this team out of All-Star for the time being? We throw it into 240, and then what we can do right before the game week starts is we'll have a look at how many people have entered into 270 and in All-Star. And then we'll do like a bit of a check then, like just almost 10 minutes before the game week starts. And we can then, if we see that there's just far too many rewards versus the number of entries in 270 or in All-Star, where we think that we probably don't need to get much more than 300, then we could probably look at it and making the switch. But this is a much safer route for us to go into 240 and then just try and get which we should be able to do the 270 points for $15, right? I mean, technically, we don't even need to take the risk here of a Hoyos, whether Hoyos starts or not, because we know that Pereira is the main starter. It's funny because when I bought Pereira, I said that whenever he has these midweek game weeks, we're just going to have to pick him every time because then we're getting the utility out of him. So I kind of feel like, well, because we can only use him in the midweeks, we should be using him. But this is a horrible game, right? River Plate away. We don't really want to pick any type of player that's going up against that opponent. So we probably need to make an exception. Yeah, if Hoyos starts, then he could do very well. If Pochettino looks like he's going to start, then we might play him as well. But for now, let's do that. All right, we'll be back in a minute, guys. All right, guys, we're back with a vengeance. And if you're just tuning in, we've been kind of looking at the Continental Nights Special Weekly and just looking at the midweek in general, like what players are good to target, what teams have good matchups. And I'm now trying to figure out my teams for the week or the midweek. And I think it's a good change that we just made where initially I wanted to enter a team into All-Star Rare, but the one player that is quite a heavy hitter for me, Jose Quintero, now looks like he's out for about a month. And that kind of changes the strength of my team quite significantly. Then that changes the focus. So I've decided to put this team now, for the time being, into 240 so we can aim to hit the 270 points and then just win a nice easy $15. I might make some changes. I can't make a change to the forward or the goalkeeper. We can't change, well, we could change Luke Thomas, but we won't because I've just brought him in to replace Jose Quintero, and then we'll play POV because it's POV. We always play him. He gives us a little bit of a stack potential. So probably the question mark that's remaining on this team will be, do we take the risk on the gamble with Hoyos here, or do we play a little bit safer, go with Pereira, who's got a not as good a fixture, but should probably still give us a score of around 50, 60, which should be enough to get us to threshold? Or do we try and go for a bit of a double up with Pochettino? So that's probably going to be a decision I need to make tomorrow, by tomorrow. To be fair, I could easily see us actually putting Pereira in, even though this is a horrible fixture. With Pereira, the way he plays is that he's very consistent at giving you a score of 60 points, and even against bad opponents, he's kind of quite good at giving you mid-40s, maybe even 50s, right? I mean, certainly since he's joined Nacional, this is his scoring for them at the moment. He has failed to deliver a score of less than 60, which is pretty good. So it feels weird that we're not playing this player when we know he's a starter and he's in that type of form, and we're kind of backing a player that we know can be benched and also scores like a forward. So if he doesn't score decisive, he's not going to score very good. So maybe in hindsight, maybe we need to do the smarter thing here, the safer thing, and just put Pereira in, even if it is a horrible fixture, because we're not trying to go for like a mad score here that will win us a card. We just need to make sure we get over the line. And so targeting a forward with that level of a midfielder with this level of scoring, even if it's a harder opponent, actually does make more sense to do than targeting a player that scores like a forward. We've already got a forward here. And then what we could do is then probably give the captaincy to Pereira like that. It seems a real shame that we're not playing Hoyos though, anywhere. I guess we could play Hoyos in cap 240 though, if we wanted to. I guess we could, right? We could play Hoyos in here. Yeah, it is a shame, isn't it? It's against River. It's not that great. Like I really want to avoid it, but he's also the sure starter and his scoring is so good in his AA that he can give us a score of 50, 60, which is what we're going to probably need to hit the threshold mark. We do have a couple of other teams as well. This is the team at the moment that I'm running in All-Star for the midweek. It's Tigres against Columbus Crew. And so we're targeting the main starters here. This should be 5 that start. Don't quite know who to captain as who to captain. I'm thinking Pizarro because he is quite consistent in his AA. I wonder what the lineup builder would do. Oh, fair enough. Look, the lineup builder picks everybody apart from Karaoke. Now, we'd obviously say here that well, hold on a minute. We wouldn't want to break up the stack, that's for sure. We have POV, but we wouldn't want to do it. Then it would save Vegon. Nah. Did we playing Karaoke here? Is he still suspended? He did get a red card, didn't he? Does that mean he's out for 2 games, actually? Maybe he's out for 2 games then. Oh my God, this is from like 10 years back. No, thank you. Oh, okay, that's not telling us the actual suspensions, is it? Wonder if it mentions it. Oh, here we go. This is in 2022 competition, so I mean, I'm guessing it's 2 games that they are suspended for. Hold on.
Welcome to the real world.
Click to download. Oh my God. Let's do it. Thank you also, Aramba. Right. Disciplinary procedure. That's what we need to be looking at. So what's that? Page 47 or so. 44. Okay, here we go. Let's type in red card here. No way. There's not mentioned anything about red card. Stuff like this annoys me because this should be a nice, easy find. And 5 minutes later, we're still trying to look for it. Yeah. How can it not just be easy to find this information? Unless I'm being a complete muppet. I want to just be able to find what is the suspension you get. Pretty sure it's 1 game ban. Seen about Kucha was only a 1 game ban for his red in CONCACAF. I guess the reason I'm getting a bit worried is the fact that, because I thought it was a 1 game ban initially, which is why he missed that one. He then played this one. He's now going to be back to play the second leg. I think what's putting me off is the fact that so many people have said no, which is making me think, am I missing something here? But then where's our Twitter? Yeah, we could do that as well, I guess, right? And then red card. This is from 3 hours ago. Let's read this here. Oh, that's absolutely useless, that article. Completely useless, really. All right, bored of looking for that. Completely bored of it. What we'll do is we'll have him in for now, but then if it looks like he is not going to play, we've got loads of other options here, especially POV. Why is he not coming up? Probably because we've got him in the Capsule 40 team. But if needs be, we could just put in POV here, and then, yeah, that will solve that. But ideally, I want to keep the stack in place, so I thought personally it was one game. Yeah, we keep that in for now. And then in our Capsule 40 team, this is a punty DMP type team. Samir should start because he is often saved for the CONCACAF game. I don't really want to be playing these two, if I'm honest with you. Quinone's just played as well. He just started in the last game and he played 90 minutes. He's not going to play. Okay. He's not going to start anyway. Would you say Cucho is likely to play versus Tigres because he's banned for the weekend league game? I would say that if Columbus did not play Cucho, then there's no point turning up for the game. Like, what is the point in them turning up if they're not going to play Cucho? They can't get through without Cucho. And even then, with Cucho, it's going to be a real struggle for them. So they either get on the bus with Cucho and they play him, or they don't get on the bus at all if they're going to not play Cucho. Tigres at home are good. Yeah. Don't look too much into their last game because they played their B team. So in their last game, they lost like 3-0 at home. But like here, because they played the B team. But Tigres at home are solid. Yeah, Tigres at home are difficult. Look, you can see here. They hardly lose when they play at home. Look at their losses. Look. Away, 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 away. They lost 1-0 against Monterrey, who are a very good side. But look, away, away. They don't really lose at home. They're very strong at home. So If Columbus don't have any intentions to play Cucho, they shouldn't even get on the bus or the plane to go and turn up there, because they won't get through without him. So yeah, to answer your question, he'll play. You have 77,778. Close. Close to that. All 7 number. Ibanez played 45 minutes. Okay. What did they do the first time around? Ibanez didn't start, did he? No. Because they would like to play Brunetta just behind. Okay, I'm getting used to the rotation with Tigres, and I want to play Ibanez more, but these guys are unlikely to start, or at least it's difficult to work out which one of these 3 will start. So I guess we do Veroni, and then we just do we do Kessler? Let's have a quick look on RotoWire. What are they expecting? Because they have such a big like deficit. Oh, they're not predicting it because it's not part of it. Okay. What is the prediction for that game? Because they're like 4-0 down. And so I don't really know how hard New England are really going to go in that game. Kessler at 65%, Romney at 70%, Wood at 60% against Veroni. I can kind of see that, really. So I mean, the thing is, though, we put Veroni in. Nah, we can't do Veroni. It's away to America. They're not going to do well. And Veroni doesn't have any AA at all. If anything, how much did Herrera play in the last game? Okay, he played 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah, look. We could play Gorian, but maybe we need to play Gorian. But Gorian doesn't really score that good. But he does tend to start in this fixture. If we have a look at CONCACAF. Okay. Quinones tends to start a lot in this fixture, in the CONCACAF. Look, Quinones tends to start. So maybe that's what we need to do. But I'm just reluctant to do that because he played 90 minutes. So maybe we need to do Gorian and then Herrera, for example. If they really wanted him to start, I don't think they would have played 90 minutes of him in the game that didn't matter. So, okay. Let's do this then. Herrera and then Gorian for the Cap 240, like that. And we leave the captaincy on POV. Yeah, let's do that. And then we could probably put out like a real duff team in Cap 220 just for the sake of it. Or we do Guzman, then we can do Kessler, then we could do Juan Vigon. Or Cordova. Let's do Cordova for now. Then we could do Veroni, and then we could do Kessler. Where's Kessler gone? Oh, he's already in there, sorry. Kessler's there. And then 46, we could then do Quinones in here. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Two hundred 270 has a 7% chance. Maybe we're being a little bit too bravado, putting the captaincy on Pereira, though. I mean, I think including him is probably one thing. Yeah, we probably need to put the captaincy over on POV. At least he's got a home game, and it's not as tough a fixture. And he's doing okay as well. All right. Yeah, I think we figured it. Oh, wow. Being bumped up to 113th here. Oh, it's even better. Where did we get the points from? I think people above us has dropped. How did everybody do on Pooky? I've had a pretty good game week on Pooky. We are winning 12.19 of the Matic from the German League because I actually finished 20th out of 523. And it was largely because of this one score. Look, we correctly predicted that Heidenheim would beat Bayern Munich 3-2. This is like the epitome of the best prediction that you can do. Backing somebody to beat Bayern by over 2.5 goals. You're going to get a monster points for it. And if it comes off, you're going to look like a freaking genius. Even though we got a lot of the other ones wrong. We single-handedly got 20th place because of this result alone. And I said to everyone last week on the stream, Bayern are not going to win this one because after they lost against Dortmund, mentally, they know that the title race is done. It's over for them. And they're going to be carrying that mental weight and that fatigue and that demotivation, that demoralization. They're going to be carrying it into the next game. And they've done exactly that. They carried it into the next game and they completely collapsed and they lost 3-2. So, boom. I didn't get first place. I got 20th. But we done pretty well. I'm happy with 20th there. Guys, what's happening in the America League? The USA League, look. USA League projected rewards 0 Matic and 5 POC. This is a league that I asked you guys to predict for me. And if you get it 100% correct with your prediction, you win a limited card. We had not a single correct score. And we actually had 1, 2, 3 scores where we got no points whatsoever. So, guys, you're gonna have to up your game, chat. You're gonna up your game here. Because I want to give some cards away. I do. I want to give cards away. And I want us to have a great game week in Pooky. But my Pooky game week in the USA League is determined by you guys, right? So if I have a bad game week, it's because we didn't have great predictions. But if we have a really good one, amazing, it's down to you guys. And then you guys are then going to share in that success by hopefully winning lots of limited cards here. So, yeah. Can't give anything else away this week, guys. Look. No exact score. Who would you say was the best prediction? Yeah, I actually think you're right. I think this one. For a long while, it looked like it was going to be 3-0. I thought this was a very good prediction, actually. Very unlucky. This one wasn't too far off as well. The 1-1 for New England Charlotte. I quite liked that one. So I think those were my 2 favourites, really. Those 2. This one wasn't too bad. Then I had to do a couple of predictions because we didn't have enough people taking part in it. Who won Beat the Base? Okay, let's find out. So we done Beat the Base in the French League. And the sticker up for grabs was this one. The Dortmund sticker. This was the sticker that I'm giving away to the winner of Beat the Base. And all you had to do was predict in the French League, get the highest base score, and you'll win it. And that is Grips, who actually won the whole thing. So, or Grips, should I say, not Grips, Grips. Look at Jordan. Jordan came second of 923.5. FBL Thinker came 4th. Ligma came 5th. Really good effort from everyone. But Grips won it. So Grips, you won Beat the Bass. I don't know if you're here. If you are, say hello in the chat. But if you're not, then I'll be sending an announcement out, and you've won yourself the Dortmund sticker. Who's going to be playing Throw Your Hat in the Ring this week? The chance for you guys to win limited cards with your predictions. Who's playing again this week? Who's going again? Or who's going for the first time? Because it always opens, and it means that you guys get fresh chances every week to win limited cards. So who's giving it a go? We also have 22 energy that I need to spend. So we might as well do it now. You'll be back in the St. Louis boys if you get there first. Okay. Remember, I'm going to open up the coupon tomorrow from 12 p.m. UK time on the stream tomorrow. So if you want that one, and make sure you're there on the dot for the start of the stream. I think this is going to be a 3-1 game week, actually, in the German league. Have you guys had a chance to wrap your head further around the updates on Pooky? That's all. So maybe you guys had a chance to go and read the blogs and check out the AMA, because it's a really good AMA. I think it's this one here, actually. I think they put the link.
Hey there, I'm Nick from Pooky, and today...
No. But there is an AMA that you can watch, and I'd recommend you do it. It's this one here. It's very, very good. So further thoughts, guys, on the Pooky update? If you haven't read it, I'd strongly recommend that you do. Yeah, it's a good play, man. Con, I need to do the same. I am doing the same, and I think it's the right thing to do, man. It's all about just trying to get everything to max level now. Like, look at that there. I've just received the XP for the game week on my Pokeball. We're 3% away. 3% away from being able to level it up to 59. Which means it's probably going to take us another 3 game weeks now to get this, 3 more further game weeks to get it up to max level. And we can then ascend these 2 balls to an epic. And then once I do that, I'll then be just using this ball alone, solely, until that one gets to 60, then just purely using this one. the priority for me is getting the rares that I've got all up to epics, and then if I've still got time, I will then try and get. I don't think I'm going to have time to get. To be honest with you, I don't think I'm going to have time to get all of my commons up to rares. So the priority has to be get all the rares up to epics, and then get whatever commons I can up to as high levels as I can, and then hopefully trying to send a couple of them if I can. Guys, don't forget that if you haven't had a chance to pick up a Pokeball or a sticker, this is actually the perfect time to do it. Okay? We were kind of explaining this last week, and I don't know whether the penny has dropped for a lot of people yet on this one or not. But essentially, at the moment, and what will be the case now from now into August, is that you can buy these Pokeballs for 20% off. 20% discount, right? And then in August, Pooky will basically buy them back off you, not at the discount rate, but at the full value. So if you buy a Pokeball when they're available tomorrow, you buy this one for $20, right? Then in August, Pooky buys it back off you, and they give you the credit, the money credited into your account so you can spend it in the new update. They give you $25, not $20, and they give you a minimum of $25. If you've taken the time to level up the Pokeball, then you can get even more than that. So it's a no-brainer if you can to try and pick up as many of these Pokeballs from now until August when they value your account, because you're essentially getting free money from Pooky to then give yourself a head start in the new format. So for the rare, for example, it's $82, right? But the minimum that they value it is $100. So then in August, you can sell that Pokeball back to them for $100 effectively. Epic is valued at $328 here with the discount, but in August it's $400. So you sell it, you buy it today for $328, you sell it back essentially to Pooky for $400. You have then $400 in your account rather than $328. And you could have even more if you level up the Pokeball, and even if you ascend it. Do you have tax on a Pooky? What's the don't quite get the question. What do you mean, like VAT? Or do you mean, do you have to pay additional tax? Like if you sell it? Yeah, well, if you sell it, you have to pay tax on it. I don't think you pay tax at the time, but you have to then declare it later on that it's a crypto asset that you sold, and that it's probably a taxable event. Yeah. Like on Sorare, they take some off you. You mean a fee? Do you mean a fee or do you mean tax, Neil? Because fee and taxes are different. Yeah, the fee. So I've not sold any Pokeballs myself, but you would be able to sell them on OpenSea, and I'm pretty sure OpenSea would take a fee in order for them to run the website. So I don't know what that fee is, but you could check it out on OpenSea. It's this one here that we're talking about. This here. It's almost like the eBay of the crypto world. And yeah, they're obviously running this site, they're running listings and all that, so there'd be some kind of a fee, right? I just don't know what. I've never used it before. God, look, Persona's doing well. Did anybody buy a Persona avatar? This is absolutely not the thing for me. This is not the type of thing that I'm interested in at all. But, you know, if anyone did, I'd love to hear if they did, and have they been able to sell them for profit or anything already? Have they been able to flip it? This is 100% not the type of thing that I'm interested in at all. And I understand, I think that owning these gives you some kind of value and utility in the bigger Unagi ecosystem, but it still just feels for me like getting a NFT art collectible. And if I buy it today, I don't really feel like, what am I doing with it, you know? The art's pretty cool though. Everyone keeps, I need to make this clear. Everyone keeps asking me about Simply Alex, right? His new video on the Pooky changes. I think a lot of you guys know, some of you may not know because you may be new to the channel, or maybe you didn't see all the stuff that happened in the past, right? I don't like Simply Alex at all. I'm not a fan of him at all. Don't like him. He doesn't like me. And so I know a lot of people have asked me, what do I think of his video? I don't even look at his stuff. I wouldn't waste my time personally, right? So I have no thoughts on the video because I would not spend any time watching anything that he does or listening to anything that he does. Not a fan. That's it. Don't like him. Got no time for him. So yeah, just wanted to make that clear because I've had a couple of people ask me this weekend, like, what do I think of it? And I thought a lot of people know that I'm not, I don't like him. I don't like him. He doesn't like me. So yeah, it's all good, man. I just wanted to make it known, remind everyone, I don't like him. He doesn't like me. So it'd be like asking him, what does he think of my content? And he'd probably just say, I don't like Pre-Tip Scout, so I don't even bother watching this stuff. You know, fair enough. I will be doing a video myself at some point soon this week, where I'll be putting my thoughts together on Pooky and the changes and the update. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And then when I do it, I definitely want to get your thoughts on it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's had a problem with me. I've never spoken to him really, but he was just bad mouthing me on Twitter. You know, that like months ago where there was just so much hate and so much drama going on in the Sorare space on Twitter, and just loads of people out there, loads of managers just trying to just shit on people and just make them look like idiots. And that was all going on. I don't know why it was happening, but a couple of people needed to be put in their place, and he was one of them. I don't know, he was just saying a load of shit about me, and I just had to say to him, look, mate, shut up. I don't like you. You don't like me, clearly. If you don't like what I have to say, just ignore it. It's not for you then, is it? And same for me. If I don't like what you're doing, I won't then bad mouth you and say this guy's this and this guy's that. I'll just leave you to it, and I'll just ignore the stuff you're doing, because there'll be other people that will appreciate it more, right? Just, yeah. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, after that, I got no time for people that just talk shit about me when they don't know what they're talking about, and just don't know me at all. Don't take the time to get to know me, but then paint me out to be something I'm not. And there's been a lot of people like that in the community. So I've got no time for anyone that does that. Yeah, exactly. And it's cool because it's like, I'm not like I'm saying he does bad stuff, because I'm sure he does really good stuff that lots of people enjoy, right? And so if you enjoy it, great, you know, keep doing it, keep enjoying it. But yeah, life is really too short. And one of the things that I learned in life is that the people that aren't worth attention at all or time, like, they don't get it. That's it. They're out. and they're out for good. Yeah. Hi guys, I'm thinking of investing in Sorare and buying a stack of Bologna. Is it a good thing to start with? No, it's not. It's not a good thing to start with. Bologna are not that good a team, and you'd be buying a team that effectively won't be able to compete in what's called the in-season competitions next year, which is where a lot of the big prizes are. So not a good time to buy a stack of them. If you are going to do it, then it's better to wait until the end of the season. Then you can buy them much cheaper, and then you can still play them next season. And you'll be able to try and win some new cards. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Arthur. I agree. That's why you'll probably notice that there's like a lot of people, I think, that don't like me, and there's a lot of people that I don't like either. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I'm not here to try and please everyone. I'm not here. I don't care if people like me or don't like me. If you like me, great. If you don't like me, I really don't care at all. And it's like that for me in life as well. If I'm in a bar with someone, or if I meet someone in real life and I don't like them, I'm not going to try and pretend to like them. I'm just literally going to stay away from them, steer clear, or just tell them straight I don't like you, and that's it. Because like life is too short. You shouldn't spend time trying to please everyone. Because if you do that, if you try and change yourself to please others, then what you'll end up doing is not being yourself. And you'll just have a load of time in your life where you'll look back and you think, I shouldn't have done that. I should have been myself. I shouldn't have, tried so hard. Don't try. If you don't like someone, or if you don't like what they do, just ignore them. Just ignore them. Just move on, isn't it? Yeah. They're fairly good this season, but they can sell players and managers could leave. That's on Bologna. Yeah, I don't like them. They're not good. They could be fourth. It doesn't mean they're good. I think if anything, other teams in the Serie A haven't been that great. I don't like them as a team. I don't think they're that good. They're having a good season from the sounds of it, but they're not a good team. They're not a good team to invest in on Sorare as well. That's the point. What did everyone else get from Pooky this week? It did, yeah. So Luton won us £8. Yeah. Luton won us $9, £8, finished 27th. Could have been way better if we'd have got the captaincy right as well. We kind of screwed up the captaincy there. So yeah. Could have been better, but it was pretty good. Yeah. Good question. Yeah, I think during the Premier League in-season competition, the winter special, we won £75 from them in total during the winter special, and the entire collection that I have cost £75. So the whole entire collection has been paid off. I don't think we've really won much else from them. We might have won like a couple of quid on another game week. So I think we've won roughly, including this amount that we're going to win, I think we've won roughly about £85, maybe 90, something like that. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good, man. Like better than I thought. And of course, because it's now been paid off, right? This is the great thing about Sorare. We've already got our money back from them. Now just playing with them for years and years and years, they're just going to be generating pure profit for us now, right? Which is amazing. Yeah. I honestly didn't expect that the whole stack, or the whole collection, not even the whole stack, but the entire collection for my Luton Town has been paid off. Yeah, the whole thing. Well, aside from Ross Barkley and Mengi. But then to be fair, they've probably been paid off now as well. Because we've earned about 85, and yeah, Barkley and Mengi were an additional 10. So the whole collection has been paid for, which is pretty cool. I didn't see it, but somebody mentioned it. Yeah, somebody mentioned it. Somebody mentioned that Everton have been docked 2 points further. Two points above the relegation zone. You know as well that like Luton are playing Everton soon. So that game is going to be huge, isn't it? Like that game, both teams cannot afford to lose it. Look. So Luton have Man City, Brentford, and then they have Wolves, and then they have Everton. By the time we get to that Everton game, it could be that both teams need a win so big that whoever loses that is then probably going to get relegated. It could be. We mentioned before that Luton need to win. Well, before the Bournemouth game, Luton needed to have won, I think, 3 games to try to give themselves a realistic chance of staying up. They won 1 of the 3 against Bournemouth. They'll lose that one. They could win the one against Brentford, but I don't think so. I think they could end up dropping points there, but that's probably one of the games that they would try and target for the win. Then this one here, they need to target for the win realistically. Okay, like, of course, they need to try and target them all, but realistically, that's one that they could maybe get something out of. Maybe a draw. This one, 100% they need to win. That one, they'll lose. And then this one, they need to win. So they have enough good games there where they can, and they should, in theory, be able to get 3 wins if they can really do it without any errors and stuff, any mistakes. There's enough opportunity there, but it's going to be close for them. It's going to be really close for them. Could go all the way down to the last game of the season. It's going to be a shame if Luton do get relegated, because then it will mean I don't have a champion limited team for next season. But then it will give me a good opportunity to go and like build a team from scratch. Who's looking to buy a Pokeball or a sticker when the supply drop opens up again tomorrow? There's a part of me that would like to do it, but I've also got already so many. I think if I only had 1 or 2 Pokeballs, right? That, like, let's say that I only had these 2 here, then I'm telling you right now, I would go and buy like loads more Pokeballs. But we've already got so many here that we haven't got anywhere. Look, we haven't even touched these ones down here. We haven't touched really this one. I was kind of want to do it because it's a discount, which means you can get then the full value. So it's like free money, but I mean, maybe we should do it, because even if we just buy a Pokeball and we don't touch it, we're still going to get the full value on it, aren't we? Like I could basically buy like a rare, say, for $80, and then we can sell it straight back to Pookie in a few months' time for $100, even if we don't touch it, you know? The same for the Epic. You could buy an Epic for $300. Maybe you don't get enough time to level it up, so you don't touch it. And then in a 4 months' time, you then basically get $400 rather than $300 for it, or $320. I probably will buy some more. I don't know if I can buy some more tomorrow, but I probably will buy some more this month. Just for the fact that it's just too good an opportunity to miss, isn't it? Buying something for cheaper and then in a few months' time knowing that you're then going to be given the full value for it, not the discount price. It's like a no-brainer. And I feel like if I didn't take that offer up, then in in August when the Pokeballs are removed, right? I'd be like, oh, I should have taken the opportunities to get discounts on them. Or any of you guys actually planning on getting any this week, or any of the stickers at all? Yeah, I do, don't I? And we're gonna get another, I think 600. I think we're getting another 687 from this weekend, which is lovely. So again, that's just a nice amount of POC to keep us leveling up all our balls in that, right? Like, to be honest with you, we kind of needed this game week where we won a ton of POC, because this is okay, but not long ago it was around 2,000, and I was happy that it was around 2,000. I didn't really want it to dip below 1,000, so now we can get more. And then when we spend a little bit to level up our German League ball, we'll then have roughly around 1,000 again. Don't forget as well, guys, that by buying the Pokeballs, you're also going to get not only the value for the Pokeball, right? So if you buy, just put it in perspective here, right? If you buy a common Pokeball for $20, okay, in like 4 months' time, Pooky will give you a minimum of $25 for that Pokeball. Also keep in mind, when you buy a common Pokeball, you get around 7 energy, right? 7 energy. They also value the energy. So the energy is valued at $3 per energy. So if you get an additional 7, you're also getting an extra $20 on top of that. Which is why it's just like, wow, that's a lot of money that you can potentially get for free. Yeah, they buy the energy off you as well. So it's not like you're just, with a common, it's not like you're just getting $25 back. You're getting 25, and then you're getting the energy back from it as well, which would then be around $20 or so. So you're actually getting like almost 40, which is why it's so freaking good. I'm guessing that's only plus 100 energy. Yeah, it hasn't. I don't think we saw that in the blog, but I think you're right, because you get 100 energy to start with. Then it's almost ignoring that, right? Because that's what you kind of get for free, and then the plus 100 or whatever you've got on top of the 100 is then compensated, I think. And maybe I think I want to check with Pookie on that, so I'll probably drop them a message after the stream. I did check the AMA and I watched it, and I don't think I saw that question asked, but we were talking about that, how everyone starts with 100, but then if I've got 248, then I've obviously got 148 more. So that 148 is then 148 times by $3, right? And then that's a huge amount. That's like around 400. 500 actually, it's around $500, right? That's then I should be expected to get on energy cost alone. But they mentioned it in the blog that you get, let's just bring it up. In the blog, they mentioned that, here we go, look. Assets evaluation basics. To estimate the value of an asset, we take into account 2 factors: primary market value of Pokeball, stickers, or energy. Okay, so that's how they're going to value your account. They're going to look at the value of your Pokeballs that you own. They're going to look at the value of the stickers that you own, and they're going to value your energy based on how much energy you own as well. So you'll get a valuation for that. And it's the primary marketplace value. So that's what the cost of buying from Pookie directly. And we can see here, when you click on the energy, that it's $3 per one energy. So it's really insanely good, actually. Which, you know, that alone should be a reason to go and get more common balls, right? Because rather than you kind of making 25 to making $5, as I say, you've kind of spent $20, but actually, if you include the energy that you're going to get refunded back to you as a cost, you're then going to actually have like 40, 45 rather than 20. It's very good. I mentioned before, it's the sort of thing that's almost unheard of. Like, I don't know another company that's done something like that before. It's a golden opportunity that should not be squandered. So if you've not bought Pooky Balls yet or stickers, this is 100% the time to do it, because you're then going to get a load more money, basically for free, that then allows you to get an amazing start in the new update in a few months' time. Yeah, that's not good. So I just wanted to double check on my position with Pochettino, and he does start a lot of these games in the Sudamericana, but every now and then he gets dropped to the bench. The big problem is, though, is that even when he starts, look at the amount of minutes that he's getting: 64, 83, 70, 71, 64, 78, 63, 56, 59. He's not doing the full 90 minutes, and that's a problem. So, yeah, we wouldn't do him at all. Yeah, I mean, Pereira's going to get the full 90 minutes here. Same for POV. No. Well, not sure, but not sure because it's a game where they don't need to play him. But he's the only player I've got. So I don't have a choice. That's why he's in our team. We've only got one rare forward that has a game, look. So, I don't want people to think because I've got Lucero in that I think he's a sure bet to start. No, he could easily get benched here, but we have no other option. And I'm not going to go and buy another player for this competition. We just have to hope that he does start. All right, back in a minute. I want to know, is there anything that we should be playing on Rivals? Is there any kind of special event? Oh, there's this one here. Where we can win a pair of VIP tickets to the Dortmund game. Here we go. Okay, so we need to retweet that post and then score 400 points in Atletico Madrid versus Dortmund. Is anybody doing this here? It's probably quite a good event to get into. This is one of the things that I've mentioned before on the stream, is that we have a pop-up here, like a notification. But I think what Sorare should be doing is that when you go onto this game in the game lobby, right, the UI should show me that I can win something special. Like they should be advertising that more in the game rather than just a pop-up. And I know, I think in the mobile app that there's a lot more of an emphasis on it. Like you see it more. But here, you know, like if we didn't read that, and even if we did, we could forget that you can win something great in here. So like this almost needs to be advertised a lot more. I don't think on this page here, but what I think they should have is that when you click on Rivals, rather than it just take you straight into the matches here, maybe what they should do is have like a dedicated homepage for Rivals here that then shows you the new events which are happening, so the new challenges which are happening. It could maybe show you who your new rivals are. So they need to have a system in place where, because this is shit. this is awful. What is this? What is this nonsense here? Showing the rivalries, but it's not, is it? It kind of shows people that I've played in the past and how I've done against them or how they've done, win ratio and that. That's not rivalries though. Like you want rivalries to be a couple of people or a few people, the same people that you keep going up against, right? So I think they need to have like a dedicated page, and then on there they could be really, you know, promoting with some really good graphics and some really good banners, like taking up the whole screen to really shout loud that you have a chance to win, you know, like VIP tickets to go and watch Dortmund, which is amazing. It's just not advertised really in the game. They need to be finding a way to make that everywhere so you can't miss it, right? If I win tickets, is it possible to give it to someone else? No. No, it's not. No. It's pretty interesting how they've done a video with this guy. Is he the #1 collector? He must be, right? Yeah, he's the number one collector. Pretty cool for him to, you know, get into a video like that for being the number one collector. Oh, we can start lineup building for this already. Okay. Are you guys getting more used to the layout now and how to lineup build on Sorare in the new format? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think it's a little bit messy the way they're doing it. It's not very clear. It's not very streamlined is the word, I think. Like we know if we have been relegated now, so it should say the new div so we know for the next game week. But technically it can't do that, can it? Because they calculate it all after the game week. That's the problem. Was in they calculate the numbers, right? So because the points could shift and change, then it means potentially some people could actually end up getting promoted when they weren't, others could not. It's a very unusual way to do it. It's a very Sorare way to do it, let's put it that way. It's probably not a surprise, actually, that they've done it that way. Like, the far simpler, far better way to do it is not the way it's done. It's done in this kind of convoluted way. Don't think it really matters when I'm putting in here. I'm just almost putting in teams just to kind of get an idea. We usually don't focus on this. We do the cap modes anyway. Come back to this, actually. Don't need to do that now. No, same. Yeah. I think it's, we actually talked about it, that the overview or the lack of an overview, why do we not have that yet? You know? I don't feel like that's something that would take a long time to do. You could do that in a day. It's just so slow at putting stuff in. I don't think it should have been missing from the start. And now that they've been told and the feedback is we really need an overview, it'd be great to see. For me, that's the sort of thing that should just be in the game then, added like the next day or within a couple of days, right? Don't really understand why it takes so long for them to add stuff in. Like, it's making me feel like there's too many hoops, bureaucratic red tape hoops that they have to jump through. But it's weird because that would have been, I think, something that would have been fed back in user testing, that this is great in a way to kind of have this format, but to not be able to see all your teams on one screen is a little bit of a headache, because it then is hard visually to see what you've missed and where you've maybe put the wrong team in, right? Rather than having to do it kind of individually by clicking on these sections here is just a bit bizarre. Especially when we had it in the old format too. Right. Half an hour left. Let me open up some free Tip Scout Fund coupons for a little bit. So the Brazilian League comes into effect by this week as well. There's not many games which is happening in the Brazilian League. Where you guys gone? Where you at? What do you think of the prices you have to pay for ascending in the new format of Pooky? Haven't seen the prices of ascending in the new format on Pooky. Where have you seen that? Wow, we've dropped down to 111th here now, or dropped further up, which is great. Why? Okay. We won't complain. Oh, you mean like the actual prices of the league passes? Because I think the pricing's actually pretty spot on, to be honest with you. What do you think of it? Yeah, what do you think of it? I think it's fine. I think the league pass price is fine. Well thought out. Don't see an issue with it at all. Pass ascension. Okay. Where are we looking here? Are we looking on the blog or are we looking on the white paper? I think we're looking under the white paper, right? I haven't seen it. This is the first time I'm seeing it. So thank you for putting me on this page. I've not read this yet. That's interesting. For instance, if a player with a level 30 on uncommon pass decides to upgrade to epic rarity, he gets a level 30 epic pass. You don't start at 0. That is interesting. That's not how it's done at the moment. If you wanted to upgrade, then you start at level 0 of the higher rarity. Made a little bit of a mistake here, Pookie, because they've kind of said, for instance, if a player, and then they've then gone on to use the male kind of pronoun here, where it's like he. It could be a female player, right? They should have said they to keep it nice and neutral, because I'm sure females play this as well. Ascension allows you to purchase the next rarity. Ascending will grant a reduction of 50% of the current rarity over the new League Pass mint price. Okay. What is this in? This is in dollars, is it? What is it? Says pooky dollars here. Pooky dollars or USD dollars? What's the difference here? Like what's going on? Because there could be a significant difference here, right? What's pooky dollars? If pooky dollars is exactly the same as USD, then the pricing is high, I think. We're not going to be able to find pooky dollars, are we? I think they mean dollars, don't they? USD. So common to uncommon. Right, I'm with you. Okay, interesting. It's a little bit confusing how they've explained it, I think. Not as clear as it should be. So it says here, if a player wants to upgrade from uncommon to rare, so going from an uncommon to a rare, right? So the uncommon is $60 and then the rare is $180. He would pay the price of a rare league pass, right? Minus 50% of the price of an uncommon league pass. But that's a bit, I don't really follow that. Because then if we're going to do it that way, then the price of a rare league pass, right, would be 180. Then minus 50% of the price of an uncommon league pass. Am I just making this wrong? So then this would be then take away 30, basically. So 180 take away 30. Is that what's going on? Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, look. It's 150. Okay. So then to go from what? Common to uncommon. Common to uncommon, they pay. So you take the 60 and then you take off 10, don't you? So then it would be 50. Yeah, okay. I'm with you now. It's a bit weird how it was all explained there. Okay. What's Pookin? A small explanation. You can find the beginner's guide on my YouTube channel, my Twitch channel. So please check that out. It explains everything. Creator sticker allows to access the future creator leagues and gives a large share of its proceeds to the creator. That's quite cool. So creating stickers, wow. League Pass supply will be limited for each season, defined as starting and ending on August the 1st. For the season 24-25, the cap has been set as below for the new League Pass creations. So they can't create more than 81,000 commons. They can't create more than 27 uncommons, 9,000 rare, 3,000. Okay. So it's almost like quite a power of 3, isn't it? 1 to 3, 3 to 9. Yeah. Power of 3. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or spotted anything else in the white paper that they want to talk about on Pooky? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of a little bit surprised, to be honest with you, with the price there. Not going to lie. No, I haven't. I've not been playing Football Manager. I did want to go back and start playing it again. The problem with Football Manager is that it's such a headache to start a new save. There's so much setup that you need to do. It can take like half a day to get it set up the way you want it to for the season. And it's just too much of a headache, you know. I ain't got the time for it. Hopefully the new Football Manager this year will be a little bit easier for pick up and play. I haven't been playing NFL Rivals either, no. Not really. I haven't really had the time. So I'm a little bit behind on NFL Rivals now, I think. Have you been playing NFL Rivals? Have you guys? Because at the moment, the chat's so quiet that I might end the stream in a minute. Right. Where's everyone else? You've got 2 blueprints, have you? Oh, cool. Have you got an epic blueprint at all? I should have guessed that you're playing NFL. I think you guys are going to be so far ahead of me now. Honestly, I've not played it all weekend. Well, I have. I've kind of logged in to get the login rewards, but I haven't been playing it, you know? And so, yeah. What's your power levels? I guess your power levels now, guys, are like 2,500 or something. Something silly. I need to give it some TLC tonight if I can. If not, tomorrow. Look at this here. This is so cool. We bought Agada for 83p when I decided to do the new community like rebuild. I figured that he would be a really useful card to pick up as a backup, but also just to help with our collection score. So we're trying to get all of these almost like the collection stickers, right? The scores that give you more boost for your collection score. We were trying to get them for super cheap, and 83p, he just seemed like a no-brainer. And then literally the next game, so that weekend, he then started, he scored, and then his price has just been steadily rising and rising and rising because he's been doing very, very good. And now he's about £8, £7. That was Beast, actually. Look, Beast bought him for £7.45 a few days back. But we bought him for £8, and that's perfect. That's kind of what you want to see on Sorare. You buy right at that low point just before it starts to go through the roof. Couldn't have timed that any better. He's doing so good at the moment. Like, he even missed a penalty here, so his scoring could have been insane in this one. Like, I think if we didn't have him for the community team, I definitely would have sold him to buy for 83p and then potentially be able to sell for like £8 is amazing. Like 10 times what you paid for him in this type of market on Sorare. Did you have any big wins on poker at all this weekend, Mark Gork? A Burnley or a Barcelona collection. Wow. You couldn't pick two teams from completely different scales, different ends of the scale. I'd say Barcelona if you can, rather than Burnley, even though Burnley will be great in the championship, right? But still. Oh, it's one of those weekends, was it? Damn. Do you have any tournaments? Is it? I don't know how it works. Is there like tournaments that you can enter every day, or do you just tend to play like an open table, or do you do a mix of both, Mark? That's true. Yeah. You never know who's going to stay and who's going to leave, but it's such a good opportunity to buy them, isn't it? Cheaper. It's usually worth it, because even if they do go, you can usually either sell them on or still play them. Wow, you can play all kinds of tourneys 24/7. Is that what you tend to do then? Just like play different tournaments every day? I guess that's where the money is, isn't it? Really? In the tournaments rather than... Oh, you don't, no? Okay. You mix things up, okay. All right. Let's call it a day. So I'll let you guys get off to do what you need to do. Thank you so much for jumping in today. And good luck with the rest of your lineup building for the midweek. I hope you found it useful today to look at some players, especially for the Continental guys. So, yeah, good luck with the rest of your lineup building. And I'll catch you all again tomorrow.